keep the fire alive. If that light goes out, the things in the dark, the things in those woods, they'll take the darkness as an invitation to turn your campsite into a feast. Enjoy these disturbing camping stories, and be sure to share your scary experiences with us at darkstories.org. Also, like and share this video if you like what I do. It helps a lot. And let me know in the comments if you want me to put together a big compilation video of a bunch of camping stories I've read over the years. Now, let's begin. What Goes Around? From Solio. I've had a few brushes with unexplainable things in my life, but only one of them felt like an actually dangerous situation. Growing up in Utah, it's impossible not to run into LDS members, Latter-day Saints, I mean, but they were friendly enough to my family. While I never really synced with religion at all in my life, I was an oddball and didn't have many friends. I was swayed to give it a shot as a kid when I was told about all the fun community activities they did together. I know now it was part of an effort to help convert new members, but when you live in Utah, you stand out pretty fast if you're not Mormon. We had just moved into the suburbs. My parents were mending their relationship from a long separation, and thought it would be good to get more in touch with the neighbors. I didn't know anyone, of course, and was eager to make friends. Turned out there was a camping trip happening, and my mom thought it would be a perfect chance for me to make friends and to get to know everyone. I fit the age group criteria, and the kids my age also seemed interested to meet me, being the new kid and all. They divided their activities between boys and girls, so I'd be going to an all-girls camp. Girls from the ages of 11 to 17, along with their mothers, aunts, older sisters, or whatnot, who were the camp leaders in charge of organizing everything. I'd been so excited that I remember waking up before daylight for the trip. I waited until my mother was awake, shoveled down my breakfast so she could hurry up and drop me off at the parking lot where they would be loading up everyone and everything. My mother chatted with the few women she had been making friends with as my stuff was loaded up. They were going over the details. My mother was entirely entrusting me in their care, as my sisters were both over 18, so they were too old for this trip, and they weren't amongst the organizers. I would basically be going alone, just with our friendly new neighbors. When the caravan of cars was packed up and ready to finally leave, I'd say there were about 35 of us in total. The morning was still just getting started, and the sun was just barely peeking over the mountains. The drive itself took at least 4 or so hours as we headed into the deeper mountains. When we finally arrived at the campsite, it was a massive campground property. I don't remember the name of it, but I can remember the layout like it was last week. We'd be staying in our own cabins. I learned there were 3 other church groups coordinating with us, and we'd be having competitions throughout our stay against them. Our campsite was the closest to the main hall and amphitheater. The other sites were scattered further down from us. Our cabin overlooked a field next to the bathroom, and caught a glimpse of the lake a ways away. We could see 2 other campsites, but the third was buried behind the tree line. During the little assembly that went over the rules and responsibilities on staying on the campground, the owners then brought out this strange contraption. At first, it looked like a megaphone duct taped to a stick. It was basically that, with a car alarm and battery rigged into a PVC pipe, decorated with feathers and beads to make it look even more, well, ridiculous. They said it was their bear alarm. They explained that the nearby ranchers in the area have had a lot of livestock go missing or wind up dead. They suspected bears were the culprits. So they said if we ever heard the alarm go off, immediately head to the cabins and stay inside until things were clear. Throughout the day's camping, 2 cowboy men would ride in their horses and occasionally watch our activities. or chat around with the adults. All of the groups took turns feeding them breakfast, lunch, and dinner, to thank them, and to also make sure all the girls wouldn't be scared or intimidated by them. As you'd expect, every night, whether we were around the fire or we were all tucked away in our bunks, we would share spooky stories. The younger girls were easiest to scare. The older girls liked to say that it wasn't really bears that were in the mountains that we should be afraid of, but something far worse. I rolled my eyes at this and dismissed the stories of Bigfoot, but it would also be the first time I heard about skinwalkers. While one girl was definitely trying to scare us, she claimed she overheard one of the cowboys that was over for breakfast talking with the adults about sheep that had been killed. The strange thing, he had said, was that they hadn't been eaten, but they were viciously butchered, left to rot in the sun. The cowboy was perplexed at why anything, bear or mountain lion or whatever, would just kill a poor creature for no reason, instead of hunting it for food. Looking back on this, I wonder if maybe the cowboy was exaggerating to get a chuckle and spook the guests with some exciting stories, or if that girl had made the whole thing up. But by then, we were all sure that we were not going to travel the area alone, and we would preferably stick to bigger groups of 3 or more. Now, we did have the luxury of a bathroom, but the entire camp had to share it. It was one little cabin with showers and stalls. The water was always ice cold, and the toilets reminded me of the creepy bathrooms from that one scene with the bees from Candyman. Each camp group was tasked with trading off by providing toilet paper for the day for the rest of the camp, but our camp was the only one generous enough to keep with it. During breakfast on one day, one of our camp leaders was frustrated, fuming for having to drive all the way down the canyon and back to bring back more toilet paper because the other camps would not leave the rolls at the bathrooms. They were instead taking them with them. Pretty soon it devolved into a system. If you had to use the bathroom, you'd have to go to your camp, take a roll with you, and then bring it back. Our group felt the unfairness of it all, that the other camp groups weren't following the rules, and also inconveniencing everyone this way. So our girls started plotting ways to get back at them. It started off with everyone gung-ho and fired up for revenge. But as the plans were to be put into motion, it fizzled out quick, and our volunteers no longer wanted to risk the trouble of being caught. So it came down to 3 of the eldest girls, the masterminds of the plan, and then just me. I had gone into this trip hoping to make friends after all, so I wanted to prove myself somehow. Since our troops had dwindled down to the 4 of us, revisions were made. Turned out that a smaller group was far more suited to this anyway. One of the girls had brought with them some rubber Halloween masks to scare people during the night. We chose between a devil, a scarecrow, and a gorilla. We figured to capitalize on the bear scare paranoia the whole camp had going on. The gorilla mask was the best fit. Our plan was not only to steal back all the toilet paper from the other camps, but also scare them while they were in their cabins. We would be breaking curfew, but we already had the approval from one of the mischievous moms in charge of us. I guess the other one simply was turning a blind eye to our antics, especially since she was the one that had to make the trips down the canyon. To us, we'd be free from being reprimanded, as long as none of the other campers caught us. Now, I was both short for my age and not at all in shape, just fueled by determination. I was praised for being the only younger girl to stick with the plan for the attack, so I was feeling very confident about the whole thing. We had these cheap little flashlights with weak lights to guide us through the dark pathways. The forest surrounding us was pitch black walls. You could only see up the first 2 or 3 rows of trees until it became an endless dark abyss. The night sky was clear, and gave us a beautiful view of the stars, and the moon sometimes offered to help light our way in the openings. It added this eerie glow to things, but we appreciated the light for being enough, but also not being too much to give us away. As we approached the first cabin, we crouched down behind the overgrowth and got into position, trying to stifle our laughter. One girl put on the gorilla mask. Let's call her Tina. Myself and another girl, named Ashley, grabbed the stacked toilet paper they had on one of the tables. We partially unzipped our hoodies and stuffed them as our makeshift bag to make carrying them easier. I watched the other two creep up to the windows, the one without the mask. Let's call her Kat. She got down on the ground to make herself into a makeshift step for the masked girl to boost onto. Tina then began to tap on the window, and soon we heard one scream, followed by a series of screams. I covered my mouth to hold in my laughter, but we still snickered, immediately taking off to hit the next campsite. The next camp went the same way, though our toilet paper haul wasn't much. That hardly mattered compared to the thrill of scaring all of our rival camp groups. The last camp was the furthest away of all of them, and took the longest to reach, of course. It was up a series of uneven up and down climbs, and nestled very close to the forest edge. There were stacks of logs that looked to be sitting there for years, like they had planned to expand the campground, but suddenly stopped and abandoned all of their materials. The pathways weren't nearly as smooth. They were rocky and uneven, with tree roots acting as both stairs and obstacles. It wasn't as open as the other cabins were, and appeared much smaller too. It felt so much darker and cooler here. It was unnerving with how closed off it felt. Suddenly, Ashley, whom had been gathering and carrying the spoils with me, offered to take what toilet paper we had reclaimed back to the camp before the final scare. She reasoned we had plenty of toilet paper back, so getting it off our hands would make the clean getaway much more easy. I thought back on how Ashley had gotten progressively quiet throughout our scare rampage, and didn't seem to be enjoying herself anymore. But we didn't fight her. We let her take some of what we were carrying to head back with. She also asked if I wanted to head back with her, but I wanted to see this to the very end, and I didn't want to call it quits, so I declined. We told her to be careful, and it wasn't until we were finally approaching the cabin that I realized she probably didn't want to go back alone. I suddenly felt guilty and stupid for putting my own wants before hers, but it seemed too late now to go back for her. I was certain I would blow our cover if I tried to leave at that point. After all, Ashley had the better flashlight and would take the paths back, so I reassured myself that she'd be fine. The last camp had the biggest stack of toilet paper, which was proof that they had been the worst hoarders of all the groups. I couldn't even carry it all, even with Tina and Kat stuffing some into their hoodies. We had to go around to the back of the cabin to find their windows, which were small and located high up. But that positioned us right on the tree line. I remember standing there awkwardly and having the odd feeling that I shouldn't dare turn around. The air felt so cold. The sounds of the usual pleasant cricket chirps, the night life, even the calming trickle of the creek that roped itself throughout all the camps seemed to be non-existent. It didn't feel as lively in this patch anymore, like it needed to be quiet and unnoticeable as possible. I was thankful that we weren't the group staying in this particular cabin. Yet, for a moment, I suddenly wished I'd taken the chance to go back with Ashley. Kat and Tina made their attempts to scratch at the window, and had no luck this time. We quietly whispered if they should try another window or just bang on it. I wanted to say, hey, We had a good run, let's head back. But instead, my eyes were looking back at the trees around us. I heard a hefty snap of branches or twigs within the trees, but it echoed in such a way that it was impossible to tell where it was coming from. The older girls finally decided to just rap on the window this time. They told me to get ready, to cut and run, that we'd cut through the trees and head for the small field our cabin overlooked, instead of following the path around to ensure we wouldn't get caught. It would be a long trip back, and the other camps were probably looking for the pranksters already. We'd be making a straight shot back to the cabin instead of following the trails. I didn't even consider the risks or even dangers of ignoring the paths, because I liked the idea of getting away from this cabin even more. This time, Kat had the mask on, so she pounded on the thick window glass, and a series of yelps soon was heard. Then someone shined a flashlight on our makeshift monster. Then there was a series of screams. Kat dropped from her friend. Tina stood up, not even dusting herself off before we all took off. Both were extremely athletic. Kat was on soccer and basketball teams, and Tina was a cheerleader, so they easily sprinted ahead as I struggled to keep up. But at least thanks to just following them, running through the trees ended up not being as bad as you'd think, especially when you're forced to block out everything around you and focus on the next person ahead of you. When we made it to the field, we crouched down to get our bearings. They were laughing as I caught up to them. We relished in our victory for a moment, high fives all around, as we made a quick pace back to our camp. But then, in the distance, we heard the bear alarm. It was a high-pitched car alarm you'd hear anywhere, but in the middle of the woods. It sounded horrifying, echoing through the wilderness. We all froze and looked at each other. Maybe we had been mistaken for the supposed bear and triggered the alarm. Or was it real? We didn't stop to chat it over, and immediately the two girls took off without another thought. On top of being unable to keep up with them properly, I was also carrying the biggest load of toilet paper, as well as an awkwardly studded hoodie. I was trying not to drop everything, so that our efforts wouldn't be wasted. Not to mention the tall grass and the bumpy ground had me nearly hopping each step. The two of them quickly lengthened the distance on me and left me behind. I heard shouting in the distance, and I could see bright lights from flashlights waving around at the trees. I was terrified of being caught by anything, and also overwhelmed by the thought that I was the easiest target to chase after. I was awkward, slow. The other two were leaving me in their dust. My lungs were burning, trying to keep up a good pace. Jay and Tina were already up an incline towards the camp, while I was still approaching it. I looked around me, wondering if I'd be better off running on the more even trail than trying to fight my way through the tall grass and bushes, as well as the steep incline. I stumbled and tripped several times. At that point, I was more panicked and not caring if I dropped anything. But the twinge I felt in my ankle from a fall convinced me I wouldn't make it up the hill easily in my circumstances. It was tempting to look over my shoulder. My senses were screaming at me to do it, to reassure myself I was freaking out over nothing. I was immediately convinced that I had to move faster, as if something was behind me, chasing me. However, I was also torn by fear to do no such thing. Don't do it. You'll see something awful. You'll regret it. What if I turned around and confirmed it? I mean, if I did actually see something, I'd probably panic and fall over, and that'd be it for me. Don't look back, I tried to think as I ran, hobbling in my steps, trying not to stumble every time. Don't look back. Then again, the pressure was getting to me fast. My breath was far too frantic and fear was taking over. Maybe I could get it all to stop if I turned around and saw that nothing was there. So I finally decided. I turned my head to look back anyway. I was just going to twist to look over my shoulder for a second. But then, all the hairs on my neck and arms stood up. It was like something had slid up my spine and changed the entire atmosphere around me. Then, I heard a loud crack from behind me in the distance. At first, it sounded like a tree had snapped, but then I recalled another noise I'd been introduced to not days before, when we had a contest over what camp team could shoot the most clay pigeons out of the sky. It was a gunshot. No hill or mountain was going to impede me. I didn't look back and just barreled up that hill like my life depended on it. When I made it to the top, I saw the two other girls already across the way and nearing the cabin. I ran diagonally to get in the smoother path again. I could feel every rock embedded in the dirt trying to poke through the soles of my sneakers, but I didn't care. The bulk of toilet paper I was carrying swayed. It was surprising I didn't just ditch all of it on the ground upon hearing that gunshot. When I made it to the cab, they were waiting at the door, waving at me to just get in the cabin. I finally dumped the haul of toilet paper on the ground and rested on my knees to catch my breath. Ashley had made it back just fine. She was already snuggled up in her sleeping bag, yet she wouldn't leave it to join the rest of us. Some of her friends had to go over to her, so she wasn't sitting alone. I had no idea how her walk alone went. We sat in the cabin hearing the blaring alarm outside, with the other shouts and commotion. For some reason, my mind kept focusing on the moment where I almost turned around, and the unease within those trees before a cat banged on the window. That night, we weren't alone in the dark woods. There was something with us in the camp that night. Something that could have been the same thing the cowboys were looking for. The thing they suspected wasn't a bear at all. That was years ago. I still wonder what they were shooting at, what they were shouting at, what they were chasing, and what may have been chasing me. If you're thinking they were shooting at me, assuming that I was the bear or something, this shot was much more distant, and I would have been in plain sight as I entered the door, so they would have seen it was a person. But still, even after I entered the cabin, the commotion only worsened. The adults never did directly tell us what happened exactly that night. We thought it'd be the talk of the camp the following day, but everyone just stayed quiet, as if it never happened. We never got a scolding lecture at the assembly about not following curfew. All in all, no one cared about our prank. No one talked about our prank, because there was something about the previous night that no one wanted to talk about. But it does seem fitting that we pranksters ended up getting the worst scare of all, because maybe whatever it was that was there that night didn't care for imposters. Ghosts of Soldiers' Corral, from Mariana M. This story happened the summer I turned 11. My grandparents on my mom's side used to be outfitters. These are people who take clients on trips in national parks. My grandparents had let me and one of my little sisters come along with them. They were taking a family, a mom, dad, 2 kids, and a grandma. We rode out to our destination on horses and soon set up camp. We were a few days into the pack trip, and my grandpa was going to take us on a day ride, where we would ride around for the day. So we'd all gotten our horses wrangled and saddled. He was going to take us around some old wolf dens, and then we'd eat lunch at the top of this ridge. Now, let me say this. When I was younger, I always liked to ride in the very back of the pack string. So riding in front of me was one of our wranglers named Sarah. As we were riding to the top of the ridge, I kept hearing the sound of a little girl whispering in my ear. Obviously, this freaked me out a bit, so I asked Sarah to ride behind me instead. We got to the top of the ridge and began to eat lunch. When we got back to camp, we let our horses loose after unsaddling them. As I was playing around in the trees with my sister and the 2 other kids, I could hear men whispering and talking. It didn't sound like my grandpa or the kids' dad, so I thought that was a little weird. After that, I walked over to my grandma and told her what happened. She told me that's common here. The place was said to be haunted, as it was a place where soldiers back in the 1800s would stay and wrangle their horses. The cavalry used to stay there, so that's why it's named Soldiers' Corral. Even to this day, it still haunts me to know that I could have been hearing spirits, the whispers of those who perished long ago, those who were forgotten by time. College Wendigo, from MML01. The college I went to in Minnesota is very close to the Boundary Waters. It's a huge forested area where no roads or motorized vehicles are allowed. I'm training to be a DNR. It's a nature police officer. For one of their tests, we have to take a 2-day search and rescue out in the Boundary Waters and look for our rescue victim. The day we began the test, we were hearing sticks snapping and whistling sounds. One girl in my group even swore she saw a deer standing on 2 legs in the distance, which we thought was odd. The night we stayed there was even worse. I woke up to the sound of an animal sniffing around our tents. I thought it was a black bear or a wolf sniffing for food lying around. Many of us weren't scared because we all were carrying guns with us. In the morning, there were weird footsteps around the camp. I could make out deer and wolf prints mainly. I didn't think anything unusual at first. Animals just passing through or being tracked by other animals. We found the dummy that was our rescue person, and it was covered in scratch marks. But once again, we all pushed this off. Maybe it was just raccoons being curious. We began our hike back to the ATVs, but something was following the group. Something big. We could hear it following behind us, heavy and easily noticed. It wasn't even trying to hide itself. But as quickly as the noises began, they were gone. After those awkward and unsettling couple of days, we went back to campus. The dorms sat by the woods, and my window points out in the direction of them. One night I looked out the window, and on the edge of the woods were these 2 big, bright yellow eyes, and they were looking directly at me. I froze when I saw it, trying my hardest to think of the animal that could be. My friend saw me and looked out the window too. She screamed as soon as she saw it. What she yelled, I guess it didn't surprise me, but it shocked me. She was Native American, and I believe she would know a thing or two about these things. What she yelled was Wendigo. She shoved me away from the window, shut all the blinds, and locked everything. That night, she did some chanting and blessings over the dorm. I thought it was weird, but deep down, I was actually scared. For the next few days, I did not see the eyes. Around campus, though, more and more dead animals began to just show up, nasty and half-rotten. My native friend continued to freak out, claiming that it was a Wendigo, but no one really believed her. Rumors were going around saying they keep seeing weird animals at night walking around the campus. One person even said they heard a horrible scream that kept them up all night. This whole Wendigo thing lasted about 2 weeks. The last night before it all finally stopped was actually the worst night of my life. I was sleeping and I'd been awakened by tapping on the window. I turned over and just ignored it, trying to go back to sleep, but the tapping grew louder. I soon became annoyed, so I yelled at it to go away. I was thinking it was someone drunk and trying to annoy me. So I wasn't expecting what happened next. Someone outside, someone who sounded like my mother, spoke.
"Megan, come on, open the window. Let me in. It's cold out here."
She finished with a creepy laugh. I don't know why, but I decided to get up, grabbing my gun, and I opened my blinds. There it was, outside my window, looking down, smiling at me with these sharp teeth and bright yellow eyes. It's hard to describe what it looked like half-rotten deer, half-sickly pale human being. It called me again, asking me to open the window in my mother's voice. I quickly pointed my pistol at it, and its smile disappeared. Then the thing screamed. Oh God, that horrible scream hurt my ears. I couldn't think at all. I shot. Not sure if I hit it, but it did let out another scream and ran away. Everyone in the dorm woke up, freaking out and coming to my room. There was a small bullet hole in the window, and the dean of the college was not very happy with me. But I explained that a wild animal had come to the window, trying to get in, and I feared for my life. The dean believed me, considering all the weird occurrences going around. I'm just glad that thing hasn't shown up again. I think it followed us from the Boundary Waters. Everything has gone back to normal now, but I hope I don't see it again. My Native American friend switched colleges soon after. She was so scared that it would come back. It's been over a year, and no signs yet, so let's just hope that's the end of it. To finish up today's episode, I've got a blast from the past. This is a story I covered a year ago. I hope you'll like it. The Man on the Mountain, from Huck Finn. Location, Washington. It was the early summer of my senior year of high school. I had just turned 17, and my girlfriend Julie and I had planned a camping trip with some of our friends to celebrate. We were going to be spending the night on Silver Star Mountain, a short drive of where we all lived. We started the day by packing all of the food and cooking materials into my friend's minivan. Then we drove over to pick up the 4 friends that would be joining us: James, Marco, Ferris, and Sophia. They all pushed their large backpacks into the van, and we were on our way. After about an hour's drive on the highway and another 45 minutes on a narrow dirt road, we made it to the remote trailhead. At this point, it was in the mid-afternoon, which was a bit later than we had intended to arrive, due to a much-needed river swim we had taken on the drive up. We quickly started our ascent, and soon realized this hike was going to be much harder than we anticipated. While we were all very experienced hikers, we had not prepared for how steep the trail was going to be. No matter, we pushed on, and after 2 hours of straight uphill climb, we came to a juncture on the trail that was not on the map. After a bit of deliberation, it was decided that I would run up one of the trails and attempt to decipher if it was the right path. I dropped my pack and started to jog up the trail, watching my friend slowly disappear behind me. After a few minutes, I came to the conclusion that this trail was the wrong way. It was a dead end. I had stopped in a small clearing with tall bushes looming above me. I was catching my breath when I noticed that a spot in the grass had been flattened, likely by a large deer or a goat. Just then, I heard a rustling to my right. It was in the foliage. I could tell that a reasonably large animal was running off into the woods. After that, I was left in utter and unnatural silence. It was time to get going back to my friends. I ran down the trail, putting the unusual experience out of my mind. We all picked up our bags when I made it back and resumed our hike, eventually making it to the top of the mountain around 6 p.m. For an avid hiker, I can say I've seen some extremely beautiful views, but the top of this mountain was the most impressive. It had a 360-degree view of the horizon all around us, with forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The place where we were setting up camp was on the peak of the mountains, surrounded by sheer rocky drop-offs. Since we saw the sun slowly creeping towards the horizon, we put up our tents and hammocks. After a period of time, we were able to build a fire in the stinging cold wind. We ate dinner, and then James, Sophia, Ferris, and Marco went off to smoke a joint on the cliff edge. Jolie and I had decided to stay sober the whole trip. We wanted to fully experience everything here. The sun finally set, allowing us to see the most beautiful sunset of my life. James, Sophia, Ferris, and Marco crawled into their hammocks, which were about 100 feet from the tent that Jolie and I were sharing. After a while of shivering in the cold, I drifted off to sleep with my girlfriend in my arms. I woke up in the middle of the night. I grabbed my phone and looked at it to see that it was 3 a.m. I nestled back into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes when I realized why I had woken up. There was a faint cry in the distance, a woman's cry, but I soon realized that it sounded more like a man's whimpering somewhere just outside the tent. I immediately assumed it was James. It was only his second time smoking weed, and for some reason I thought he may have been having a bad trip. Without thinking, I left Julie in the tent to go help James out and make sure he was okay. I followed the soft crying to the edge of one of the surrounding cliffs, and I looked down over the edge. I saw a figure crouched into an outcropping on the cliff face. He appeared to be weeping. "James!" I yelled out. "Hey, everything all right?" I was still assuming it was him, but there was no reply. Then I decided to do something that I wish I never had. I began to descend the cliff to help him. After about 30 seconds of shuffling down the cliff, I looked again down toward the figure. I noticed that James was not wearing his clothes. How did I not notice that before? I continued to crawl down towards him when he slowly looked up towards me. I was filled with a thickening dread that sunk into the core of my being when I noticed this was not James. Instead, it was some strange, skinny man curled into a ball. Tears were flowing down his face, and there was a large rock being held in his hands. I watched in horror as he raised the rock with his right hand and quickly brought it down onto his left hand, smashing his fingers. He then let out a deeply pained groan. But he continued to do it, over and over, destroying his hand. He then lifted up what remained of his appendage, as if to show me what he had done. I had already frozen up, completely terrified of the man 10 feet in front of me. He took a short, crouched step towards me, still holding what remained of his hand. I began to climb back up the cliff in a panic, kicking rocks and dirt down behind me. Another painful groan was released from the man's mouth. I looked back to see the man who was now uninterested in me, continuing to smash his hand to bits. With that, I reached the top of the cliff and yelled for everyone to wake up. I ran towards where everyone was and told them that there was some crazy man on the mountain with us and that we needed to leave. They must have seen the look in my eye because they knew I was not joking. We all began to quickly pack our things when we all began to hear the animalistic screams of pain, followed by the sounds of rocks tumbling down the mountain. With that, we grabbed our bags and ran down the trail, leaving our hammocks and tent behind. No one spoke on the hike down, and every so often, we could hear his cries in the distance. As we descended down the steep trail, after an hour, we could no longer hear the cries, but still, none of us spoke. Eventually, we got to our van and discovered the left rear window had been completely shattered, with bits of glass hanging off. We quickly piled into the car and drove off, where I recounted to all of them what had happened on the cliff. Despite how disturbed we all were, we all felt lucky to be alive and eventually started making some jokes about how ridiculous it all was. Once we had cell phone service, I called the police and told them what had happened. To my surprise, they took the case very seriously. They did not find a man on that mountain, but they did find a great deal of blood on the cliff face, the very same spot where the man had been. It is now 2 years later. We all are planning on camping up on the mountain again to prove that we can do it. Despite the excitement that is going along with it, I can't help but feel that this is a very bad idea. Well, that brings us to the end of this Darkness Prevails episode. But don't you worry, more scary stories are on the way. If you want me to narrate one of your stories, share it with us at darkstories.org. I'm still looking for stories about weird creatures and monsters encountered in the snow. If you want to support the show, check the links in the description. Until next time, here are the credits to my amazing patrons who have donated or continue to donate. Remember, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. A new species of insect is discovered every 90 minutes. Did you know that? The insect kingdom dwarfs our own. It's impossible to know what might lie underneath one rock or hide within a hollowed-out log, let alone what might awaken only once every several years. I received this creepy and very emotional story from someone named Locus Locale, which he has titled, It Woke Up. In this story, we learn that in Missouri during the summer of 1998, allegedly some very bizarre killings occurred, which aligned perfectly with the awakening of cicadas. But it was not these insects who were behind it. Whatever it was, it wakes up every 17 years. If you're in Missouri in 2032, all I can say is you have been warned. Cicadas don't come out every year. They sleep underground for over a decade, then emerge all at once in what scientists call broods. Brood 4 woke up last month as of writing this. 17 years of silence, then suddenly they're everywhere again, screaming from every tree. This is what happened in Carthage, Missouri, in the summer of 1998. There were 5 of us: me, York Rager, Eric Navarro, Laramie Williams, and Marissa Delaney. We'd been friends since 3rd grade, when Laramie moved to town and got assigned the desk next to mine. By the summer before 8th grade, we were inseparable. Crazy how, when you're that young, friendship doesn't require maintenance or explanation. You just show up at someone's house, and you start hanging out, and nobody thinks anything of it. York was the one who got us into trouble, though. He was not the smartest kid in our group, not by a long shot, but he had a fearlessness to him that the rest of us lacked. He'd climb anything, jump off anything, and he would poke at anything with a stick. His mom called it bravery, and my mom called it a death wish. Either way, he was usually the first one through a door, and the rest of us followed, because someone had to make sure he didn't die. His house was the default hangout spot. His backyard was where we built the bike ramps, and his basement was where we watched movies on the big TV his dad had bought, but then never actually used. Eric was the biggest, almost as tall as York, but much broader. He looked like the kind of guy who should be playing football but wasn't interested. He was a quiet guy, and that made people underestimate him. He'd sit there while the rest of us talked, and you'd think he wasn't paying any attention, but then he'd say something that cut right to the heart of whatever we'd been circling around for 20 minutes. He was kind, too. Genuinely kind. He'd give you his last dollar and never mention it again. Laramie was like me. A dork, a shrimp. We were the 2 smallest kids in our grade, and we'd bonded over that shared indignity back when we first met. And he would laugh too loud when something really got to him. He read more than anyone I knew, mostly science fiction. I often saw him with these weird paperback books that had spaceships on the covers. I think he found most of them at garage sales, and he would devour them in a single afternoon. Marissa was the only girl, and she'd punch you if you made a big deal about it. She was a tomboy in the way she dressed and acted, wearing jeans and old t-shirts strictly, always racing with York to be the first one up a tree, or to catch a frog, or to be the first person to do something dumb. Whatever dumb thing we decided to do that day. And yet, there was something delicate about her too. She had smaller hands, and she would tuck her hair behind her ear when she thought. If you couldn't tell already, I had a crush on her, at least back then, and I never did tell anybody. I was the anxious little worrier in the group, the one who thought 3 steps ahead, constantly checking what time it was, when I needed to be back home for dinner. And it was me who owned the camcorder. Well, technically it was my dad's. A Sony Handycam he'd bought to film my sister's dance recitals, then forgot about it in the hall closet. I'd been borrowing it, without asking, since April. We were making a movie, a horror movie. We were 13-year-olds, and that's what 13-year-old boys, plus 1 girl, make. Though we didn't have a script, no real plot, no real plan, we just had the camera and some vague idea that we'd figure it out as we went. The cicadas came up in late May. Brood 4 is what they said on the news. A periodical cicada emergence that happens every 17 years. I did not know what that meant back then, but I did think they were incredibly loud. You can't really describe the sound to someone who hasn't experienced it before. This isn't your regular nighttime bug noise. It's a big wall. A physical pressure against your eardrums that starts at dawn and doesn't stop until after dark. That summer it was so loud, you had to shout to have a conversation outside. You'd go to bed with the drone still ringing in your ears, and you'd wake up to it already full blast. After a few weeks, you stopped noticing it, mostly. It just became what the world sounded like. We spent that June filming test footage and goofing around with the camera. York would narrate everything in his fake deep voice that he thought sounded like a movie trailer. Laramie and I took turns being the cameraman. We shot at the abandoned gas station on Route 71, or in the woods behind the middle school. A couple times we shot in York's basement with the lights off, trying to make it look all spooky, like a haunted house. None of it was very good, but we didn't care. We were making a movie. It was cool. It ended up being York's idea to find a better location than these. I remember how he explained it. "We need something real," he said. We were sitting in his backyard, passing around a 2-liter of Mountain Dew. "Something that actually looks scary, not my grandma's basement." "Isn't it your basement, Goober?" Marissa said. "And your grandma's dead." "Whatever, same thing. We need somewhere creepy, somewhere with what do they call it? Atmosphere?" "Like where?" York shrugged. "My brother told me about this old farm out past the county road. Says it's been empty for years. Nobody lives there anymore." I looked at Eric, who was sitting against the fence with his arms crossed, quiet as usual. He'd been quiet all afternoon. You know anything about it?" I asked him. He turned to look at me, then turned away. "The Hensley place," he said. "That's what he's talking about. Past Sugar Creek, out toward the edge of the county. My mom said a family used to live there, but something happened. Didn't say what." York was already on his feet. "So let's go check it out. What else are we gonna do today?" That was York for you. Decision was made, the consequences unconsidered. Time to go. We biked out there that afternoon. It took almost an hour, longer than any of us had thought, and by the time we got close, we were sweaty and tired and starting to regret the whole idea. The road turned to gravel and then to dirt. That dirt road ran between fields that hadn't been planted in years, overgrown with weeds and wild grass that came up to our handlebars. The cicadas were louder out here. I remember thinking that. Away from town, away from cars and air conditioners, and all the other sounds of humans, the drone was overwhelming. It felt like being inside a big, grinding machine. The Hensley place sat at the end of the road. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting. Something dramatic, maybe, like the haunted house at the end of the street that you see in movies. But this place, well, it just looked sad. A 2-story farmhouse with white paint peeling off in strips, and windows that stared out into nothing. There was a barn behind it that had partially collapsed, one wall leaning at an angle that made you nervous just looking at it. There was farm equipment scattered around the property, tractors and plows and things I didn't have names for, all of it rusted and overgrown. "Holy crap," York said. "This is perfect." He was right, though. It was perfect. The afternoon light came through the trees at an angle that made everything look golden and rotten at the same time. The tall grass moved in the breeze. The cicadas screamed. If you were going to film a horror movie, you couldn't ask for a better location. We spent an hour exploring, filming everything. York narrated in that fake deep voice again while I held the camera, describing the abandoned death farm and the ghosts that walked these cursed fields. Marissa found a rusted scythe, too, which had been leaning against the barn. She posed with it like the Grim Reaper, while Laramie made spooky noises off camera. Eric wandered the perimeter real slow, looking at things, of course not saying much. We were filming the barn when I spotted a man. He walked right out of the farmhouse without making a sound. One second the porch was empty, and the next he was standing there, and he was watching us. He was an older man, about 60 or more, with gray hair hanging past his ears, and clothes that looked like he'd been wearing them for weeks. He didn't yell at us or move towards us. He stood there with his hands at his sides and watched us. "Crap," York said. "Someone does live here." I think we should go." I was moving towards my bike. "Come on." We rode back to town faster than we'd come, pedaling so hard it looked like something was chasing us. It wasn't until we were back on paved roads that we slowed down enough to catch our breath. "That guy was creepy as hell," Laramie said. His glasses had fogged up from the exertion. He was wiping them on his shirt. "He didn't do anything. He just looked at us," Eric said. "Yeah, well, looking at us was creepy enough. Did you see his face?" I had seen his face. That was the thing I couldn't stop thinking about. That man had not looked angry that we were trespassing on his property. He hadn't looked confused or annoyed either. He looked worried, even scared. Like he wasn't concerned about us being there, but concerned for us being there. We should have stayed away after that. Any sensible group of kids would have found somewhere else to film their stupid movie. Forgotten all about the old man on the creepy farm, but we were 13, and the location was perfect. York had made up his mind. He was talking about going back there before we ever got home. And the more we talked about it, the more we were convinced ourselves that we'd overreacted. He was just some hermit who didn't like visitors. We'd be more careful next time. We'd avoid the house, stick to the barn and the fields, and he would never even know we were there. We went back 4 days later. There was no hermit outside when we arrived, so we left our bikes in the tall grass near the road and crept onto the property, like we were spies infiltrating enemy territory. The afternoon was hot and still. The cicadas were so loud, they were vibrating my bones, it felt like. We filmed for about an hour. I got some good shots of the barn interior, dusty light coming through holes in the roof, old hay bales rotting in the corners. Marissa did a monologue as the ghost of a farmer's daughter that was actually pretty good, her voice going soft and eerie. Even Laramie applauded her when she finished. York found a rusted pitchfork and insisted on being filmed holding it like a weapon. Normal stuff. Kid stuff. It was Eric who first noticed it. "He's boarding up his windows," he said. We were taking a break in the shade of an old oak tree, passing around a water bottle which had gotten warm in Laramie's backpack. Eric was looking toward the farmhouse, real focused-like. He didn't make that face often, but when he did, it was when something didn't seem quite right to him. I looked too, and he was right. The windows on the first floor of the farmhouse, which had been dark but visible on our first visit, were now covered with boards nailed haphazardly over them from the inside. You could see the fresh yellow of new lumber against the gray weathered siding. "So, maybe he's fixing the place up," York said. "You don't board up windows from the inside if you're just fixing a place up. You replace them, or you board them up from the outside so the boards are flush." Eric paused. "You board them from the inside if you're trying to keep something out." "Keep what out?" Eric didn't answer yet. He kept staring at that farmhouse. Marissa moved closer to me. I could smell her shampoo, and for a second I forgot about the farmhouse entirely. "This place gives me the creeps," she said quietly. "But don't tell York I said that." "I won't." We went back twice more over the next 2 weeks. Each time there were more changes, more boards on the windows, a trench dug behind the house that had not been there before, about 2 feet deep and 20 feet long, the dirt piled up beside it. The grass around the farmhouse had been cut short in a wide circle. It was like the man wanted clear sightlines in every direction, like he wanted to see something or someone coming. We stopped seeing him outside after that. But sometimes while we were filming, I would catch a glimpse of movement behind the gaps in the boarded windows, his shadow passing by, or his eye catching the light for just a second as he watched us. I was sure of it. He was watching and waiting and preparing, and I wasn't sure why. The other thing I noticed, the thing I didn't yet mention to the others, was the sound. You see, the cicadas near the Hensley place were beginning to sound different. There was something underneath the main drone, a lower frequency that you couldn't quite hear but could definitely feel. I guess I was the only one whose teeth ached from hearing it. It gave me a headache, but maybe it wasn't just me. All of us were growing more irritable and short-tempered. It didn't match the excitement we had when we filmed the movie. Sometimes we would snap at each other for no reason, then quickly apologize and forget about it, but then snap again 10 minutes later. And there was something else. A feeling I got when we were on that property, like being watched, but it had nothing to do with the old man in the farmhouse. It was bigger than that. Older, even. It's really hard to explain, but the feeling would hit me at random moments and I would freeze up with the camera in my hand and start rapidly scanning the tree line, looking for something that I didn't even know. After our third visit, I started to have dreams. Nothing I could describe clearly. Often I forgot what it was. But what I do remember were these dreams of darkness. I would see movement, and I would sense something large circling outside my field of vision. When I'd wake up, my heart would be pounding, and the cicada drone was already outside, and I would lie there until dawn trying to convince myself it was nothing at all. It wasn't nothing. I just didn't know it yet. I was still young enough to believe that bad feelings could be ignored, that nightmares didn't truly mean anything. To me, the world was basically safe. Nothing terrible could happen to a kid in a small town in Missouri in the summer of 1998. I was about to learn otherwise. The idea for a night shoot was York's. We were in the basement on a Thursday afternoon, watching the footage we'd collected so far. It wasn't bad, honestly. We had some genuinely creepy shots of the barn, and some pretty good acting from Marissa. Enough raw material to maybe edit into something that resembled a real movie. But there was something missing. The footage looked flat, like daytime flat. Nothing like the horror movies we were trying to imitate. "We have to go shoot at night," York said. "That's the problem here. Everything we've got looks like a home video because we're filming in the middle of the day. Real horror movies are shot at night. All the scary stuff happens in the dark." Laramie pushed his glasses up his nose. "How are we supposed to see anything? We don't have movie lights." "The camcorder has a night mode. That green stuff, like military footage. It'll look way creepier than this." I didn't love the idea. The Hensley place was unsettling enough in daylight. The thought of being out there after dark, with the boarded-up farmhouse and the watching hermit, and that low frequency underneath the cicadas, it made me nauseous. But York was jumping ahead, planning things. We would tell our parents we were sleeping at his house. Then we'd bike out after sunset, film for a few hours, then bike back before anyone knew we were gone. It would be an adventure, he said. It would make the movie actually good. And he wasn't wrong. Eric caught my eye across the basement. I could tell he had the same reservations I did. But neither of us spoke a word. That's how it worked with York. He charged ahead. We followed to make sure he did not die in some horrible way. We left around 9 o'clock on a Saturday night. The sun had been down for an hour, but the sky still held some light. A beautiful deep blue you get in late summer, when the days are longer and the darkness comes slow. We rode in single file down the county road, our bike lights cutting through the dark ahead. The cicadas were roaring in the fields around us. Marissa rode behind me. I was acutely aware of her presence, and I could hear her bike tires on the gravel. By the time we reached the Hensley property, the sky had gone fully black. There was no moon that night, just a sliver of one hidden behind clouds. Now the farmhouse was just a dark shape under the stars. lightless, those boarded windows invisible in the dark. The barn was creepy. It was just a void where the stars weren't, a black mass that seemed to absorb all light. "This was a mistake," I said. "Don't be a baby." York jumped off his bike, pulling the camcorder out of my backpack where I'd been carrying it. "Could you turn on the night vision? We'll just get some footage and get out of here." I powered on the camera and switched it to night mode. The world turned green and grainy through the viewfinder, shapes emerging from the dark in a flat and ghostly way. There was the barn, the tall grass, Laramie making a face at the Lynns. We filmed for maybe an hour, creeping around the property and whispering commentary, constantly trying to scare each other. And for a while, it was actually fun. The fear I'd felt on the ride faded into something more like excitement, a jittery energy. We weren't supposed to be here this late, and there was some adrenaline to that, you know. York kept wandering too far ahead and having to be called back. Laramie and I stuck close together, the two shrimps watching each other's backs. Marissa wasn't scared, or if she was, she didn't want to show it, while Eric moved through the dark like he belonged there, silent and watchful. I was filming the tree line behind the barn, and suddenly, the cicada sound changed. At first, it was a normal wall of noise, the steady droning we'd been hearing all summer long. But this shift, it was like a frequency drop. The low hum I'd been feeling underneath the main sound became the main sound itself, and it wasn't a hum anymore. It was like a pulsing rhythm, and I swear every time it pulsed, my muscles would flex on their own, like they do when you flinch at something. I stopped moving then. I tried to lower the camera, but couldn't bring myself to do it. I tried to turn my head, but I couldn't. My muscles were seizing up, and I was frozen there, the viewfinder pressed to my eye, staring at the green-tinged tree line while my heart slammed against my ribcage. In my peripheral vision, I could see the others. They were frozen too. York had his flashlight raised, and his mouth was open like he was about to say something. Marissa was reaching toward my arm, her hand stopped mid-motion. Laramie was mid-step, 1 foot off the ground, balanced impossibly like a statue. And there was Eric, standing like a stone, only his eyes moving. He seemed to be tracking something. Only my camera moved. My finger was still on the record button, and the tape was still rolling, capturing whatever was about to happen. Something moved at the edge of the trees. I saw it in the viewfinder, a shape separating from the shadows. Tall, at least 7 feet, if not more. It had these angular, long limbs, and it moved through the tall grass without making any sound, without even disturbing the stalks, like it was drifting instead of walking. It was heading towards the farmhouse. The front door opened. The old man stepped out onto the porch. He was carrying something in his arms, some bundled up thing wrapped in cloth, and he walked down the steps into the yard with stiff movements. He was terrified, but acted as if he had no choice in the matter. I wanted to scream at him to run. I wanted to close my eyes, but I could do no such things. The man walked maybe 30 feet from the house, then stopped. He set the bundle on the ground. It took me a moment to see what it was in the darkness. It glistened, though. It was meat. Raw meat, dark and wet. Maybe a whole animal's worth. But why? The shape in the grass changed direction. It had been moving toward the house, but it suddenly curved directly toward the man, toward his offering. The cicadas pulsed louder. The frequency made my head feel like it was going to burst. The man himself stood very still. I could see him murmuring something, his mouth moving, but I could not hear anything over the cicada noise. To me, it looked like he was either praying or pleading. Perhaps it was the same word, over and over again. The shape reached him. I saw it clearly, for just a second, when the moon passed through a gap in the clouds, and I caught it in the faint light. Limbs like a mantis, too many joints, a body that was almost human-shaped but distorted, and a head that had turned toward the man with movement that was sudden, precise, and mechanical. The man tried to run, but he got only 2 steps. What happened next took maybe 15 seconds. The shape unfolded around him. Those long limbs wrapped around the man's body and lifted him off the ground. Then it started to pull. Not tear, but pull, like it was disassembling him along seams. The man, he came apart in pieces, and each piece came apart somewhere into that mass of angles and joints. There was no blood or spray, but there was the wet sound of separation, and the man getting smaller and smaller until there was nothing left of him at all. When it was over, the shape stood in the grass where the man was. The ground underneath was now dark and wet, so there had been blood. The offering of meat, though, sat untouched a few feet away. The cicadas shifted back to their normal frequency. My body unlocked. I stumbled backward, dropping the camera, and I fell on my rear in the grass. Somewhere nearby, York was making a sound that wasn't quite crying, but wasn't yet screaming. Laramie was running toward the bikes. Eric grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet. "Move," he said, his voice steady but his hand trembling. "If we don't move, we die," he told me. Marissa was now beside me, her face pale. She didn't say a word. She grabbed my other arm and pulled. Together, we ran, grabbing our bikes, and we pedaled harder than I'd ever pedaled in my life. Down the dirt road, onto the gravel, then onto pavement. We did not stop until we made it to the edge of town. By then, my lungs burned and my legs were jelly. My mind was somewhere else entirely, stuck on repeat, watching the shape reach the man over and over again. We ended up in York's backyard, collapsing on the grass behind his house. All of us were breathing hard and couldn't speak, but the cicadas were still going. They had not changed in town. Here, it was just the normal summer drone. The same sound we'd been hearing for weeks, and somehow, that was comforting. It was like here, nothing had happened. Everything was fine. "What the hell?" Laramie kept saying. His glasses were crooked, but he didn't seem to care. "What the hell? What the hell?" "We have to tell someone," York said. His voice sounded like it was going to go hoarse. "We need to call the cops." York shut the hell up. It was Eric. He was sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead. "If you call the cops, the blame isn't going to go to some monster you tell them about. They're not going to believe us. It's going to go to us, the group of trespassing teenagers." "But we have it on video. The camera was recording, right?" York looked at me. "You got it on video, didn't you?" I realized then I didn't have the camcorder. I had dropped it when I fell. It was still out there, somewhere in the grass near the barn, probably recording nothing until the battery died. "I dropped it," I said. "I dropped it, and we left it." Marissa put her hand on my shoulder. I don't think she meant anything by it, probably just a gesture of comfort. But I felt it like electricity. Even in that moment, even with everything that had just happened, I noticed her touch. Nobody said anything for a while. We lay there in the dark behind York's house, listening to the cicadas, trying to understand or come to terms with everything. I kept expecting to wake up, that this was a dream, and I'd be in my bed with the morning light coming through the window and none of this would be real. But that moment didn't come. We moved into, then stayed in York's treehouse until dawn. We didn't sleep. We kept watch and listened. When the sun came up, we went inside and told his mom we'd been up late watching movies. She made us pancakes and didn't ask any questions. This could have been a normal, memorable morning. A good day in a normal world. 2 days later, I went back for the camera. I had to. My dad was going to notice it was missing eventually, and I could not think of any way to explain losing it without being severely punished. So I biked out there alone in the middle of the day, my hands a shaky mess the entire time. The Hensley property looked the same. The farmhouse, the barn, and all that rusted equipment. There was no sign of what happened. No body even. The blood was gone. No dark spot in the grass where the man had been standing. Just the empty farm and the cicada noise under a hot July sun. I found the camera in the grass near the barn where I'd dropped it. The battery was dead. I took it home and charged it and watched the footage with my finger hovering over the eject button, ready to stop the tape if it showed anything that I did not want to remember. It didn't. The night vision footage was blurry and green, mostly useless. You could make out the shapes of trees or the outline of the barn. There were glimpses of the others moving around. You could see me stumbling backward then fall. Then you could hear us running, our footsteps and our breathing, and Laramie saying "what the hell" over and over as we fled toward the bikes. But the thing itself, anything of importance really, wasn't shown. The movement I thought I caught of that thing emerging, it was all glitchy or blurry appearing now, either the result of dropping it or the device getting covered in morning dew, but probably both. The only evidence that anything had happened was the audio. I captured the pulse underneath the cicada drone, undeniably. Without a word, I put the tape in a box in my closet and tried to forget it existed. We were kids who witnessed something they shouldn't have, so we didn't feel like talking about it. Not directly, not to each other. Whenever we were together, which wasn't often in the week following, we would make eye contact but look away. Were we ashamed of something? Were we the ones in the wrong by witnessing what we'd witnessed? I kept expecting someone to find a body, to raise an alarm. But no one did. That old man had been living alone on that property for years. No family checking on him, no mail carrier wondering why he wasn't picking up his packages. The man was just gone, and the world absorbed his absence without flinching. 2 weeks later, after the night at the Hensley place, York showed up at my house unannounced. The guy looked tired and thinner than I remembered, even though it had only been about 14 days. He stood on my porch with his hands in his pockets and asked if I wanted to ride bikes with him. We ended up at the park near the elementary school, sitting on the swings, not swinging, not even looking at each other. The cicadas droned on. Somewhere nearby, some younger kids were playing on the jungle gym, shouting and laughing. Eventually, York said to me, "Man, I can't stop seeing it. Every time I close my eyes, it's just there." I know what you mean.
Eric thinks we should just forget about it and move on. Pretend it never happened or something.
Can we even do that?
York shook his head slowly. I don't think so. But I don't know what else to do. I didn't either. We sat there on the swings for a while longer, listening to the cicadas and watching those younger kids as they played. Again, such a normal view, a normal moment. But underneath it, always, the knowledge of what we'd seen. What was out there in the dark at the edge of town? Had it been there all along, waiting for something? Maybe it's gone, York said. Maybe it was just there for him, for that family, or I don't know. Maybe that now he's dead, it'll leave. I wanted to believe that, and I told him that I did. But I didn't believe it, and I doubt he did either. Here's the thing about being 13 years old. You can see something that rewrites your entire understanding of the world. Something that could shatter you into pieces. And 3 weeks later, you're eating pizza and arguing about whether the Chicago Bulls could beat the Utah Jazz in a rematch. The human capacity for compartmentalization is strongest when you're young. The brain hasn't fully hardened yet. It can still flex around the impossible and keep functioning. By the first week of August, we were hanging out again. It happened gradually. York called me to see if I wanted to bike to the gas station for slushies. I said sure. We ran into Eric on the way and he tagged along. Laramie was sitting on his porch when we passed by, reading one of his sci-fi paperbacks, and York asked if he wanted to come. After a moment of hesitation, he did. And Marissa caught up with us on her bike near the edge of town, appearing out of nowhere the way she usually did. Just like that, 5 kids on bikes, same as it used to be, riding through the summer heat. But we still didn't talk about the Hensley place. It was forbidden as a topic. Though we didn't declare it, it was an unspoken agreement, a sealed subject, locked away so we didn't have to look or think about it. And that was fine with us. That was what we needed to do to move on, to go back to normal. And that camcorder, it sat in my closet for another week before Marissa asked about it. Guys, we should finish the movie, she said. We were in York's basement, sprawled across the furniture, watching a rerun of The Simpsons. We got all that footage. It seems stupid to waste it. The thought of watching that footage, though, put a sort of pain in my stomach. But Marissa wasn't talking about the night shoot. She meant everything else, the daytime stuff, the scenes we'd filmed before everything went wrong. Honestly, I don't want to do horror anymore, I admitted. So we do something else, a comedy like a fake TV show or something, Marissa set up, warming to the idea. We make fun of local access or do stupid commercials, whatever. It'll be funny. It'll be something we can actually show to people. York was nodding along. Eric hadn't spoken yet, but he wasn't objecting either. Laramie was already grinning, his brain clearly spinning with ideas, and I realized, looking at them, that we all needed this. We had to replace what that camcorder had meant to us. We needed to use it for something good, something light, that could overwrite the memories of green-tinged night vision and shapes in the grass. Okay, I said. Okay, but I get final cut. The next 3 weeks were some of the best times of my life. I know how that sounds given everything that happened, but it's true. We threw ourselves into the new project with an energy that bordered on manic, filming every day, sometimes twice a day, generating hours of footage that was stupid and brilliant, and exactly what we needed. York created a character called Chuck Brubaker, a weatherman for a fake local station who was clearly losing his mind. He wasn't a natural actor, but that was part of what made it funny. Every segment he'd get a little more unhinged, predicting increasingly impossible weather events with this earnest intensity that made it impossible not to laugh. Tomorrow we're looking at partly cloudy skies with a high of 72, followed by the collapse of linear time itself. Back to you, Diane. Laramie and I did fake commercials together. Our masterpiece was a spot for a product called Beef Drink, which was exactly what it sounded like. Laramie played it completely straight, adjusting his glasses and talking about the refreshing taste and convenient packaging while holding a glass of what was actually chocolate milk mixed with food coloring. I was the skeptical customer who got converted. Marissa laughed so hard during filming that we had to do 8 takes. We filmed everywhere: York's backyard, the parking lot behind the grocery store, the elementary school playground after hours. Marissa did woman on the street interviews where she'd approach strangers and ask them absurd questions with complete sincerity. Most people thought we were weird. A few played along. One old woman gave a 5-minute answer to the question, "If you could be any type of cheese, which cheese would you be?" And we used every second of it. Eric was behind the camera for a lot of it. He had a good buy, better than mine honestly, and he seemed happier observing than being filmed. Sometimes I'd catch him smiling at something one of us did, a quiet smile that made his whole face soften up. He didn't talk a lot, but when he did, it mattered. The swimming hole became our regular spot that August. It was a wide bend in the creek about a mile outside of town, with a rope swing hanging from a big oak tree and a rocky beach where you could set up towels. We'd bike out there in the afternoon heat, spending hours jumping off the swing and filming each other's dives. We'd float in the cool water while the cicadas screamed in the trees around us. One afternoon, we filmed a fake nature documentary. Eric was the narrator, doing his best David Attenborough, while York played a rare species of idiot in his natural habitat. "Here we observe the North American idiot," Eric narrated, as York pretended to drink from the creek like an animal, engaging in its primary survival behavior. York then broke character and splashed Eric. It devolved into a water fight, and none of us could breathe from laughing. Marissa sat next to me on the rocks during one of those water fights, both of us drying off in the sun while the others wrestled in the shallows. Her hair was wet and slicked back, and she looked different somehow. Older, I think. I wanted to say something to her, something that mattered, but I couldn't think of what. So I just sat there, aware of the inch of space between her arm and mine, feeling like that inch was the most important distance in the world. Those are the memories I try to focus on now. The ones I replay when I can't sleep at night. Just 5 kids in the water. The sun on our shoulders. The whole summer stretched out ahead of us, like it would never end. We had a sleepover at my house mid-August. Marissa couldn't come, because her parents wouldn't let her sleep over with a bunch of boys, which was probably fair. But the 4 of us stayed up until 4 in the morning watching movies, working through a stack of rentals from the video store. The Truman Show, which had just come out on video, Men in Black if I recall, and I'm sure that we watched half of Starship Troopers before we got bored and switched to something else. Somewhere around 2 in the morning, the conversation got really philosophical. We were on the floor of my living room, surrounded by empty chip bags and soda cans. The TV was playing the menu screen of whatever movie we'd just finished, but I can't remember which. "Do you think we're real?" Laramie asked. He was lying on his back, staring at the ceiling, his glasses folded on his chest. "Like, really real? Or do you think we live in a simulation like Truman?" "Truman wasn't a simulation," York said. "It was a TV show. He was a real person in a fake place." "Same difference. How would you know if your whole life was fake?" "You wouldn't," Eric said. He was sitting by the couch, arms folded, that thoughtful look on his face. "That's the whole point. If the simulation is good enough, there's no way to tell from inside. That's terrifying, guys, I said. Is it? Eric shrugged. I don't know. If you can't tell the difference, does the difference matter? Your experiences are still your experiences. The people you care about are still real to you. But then they're not actually real. What does actually real mean, even? It's not like you can get outside your own perception to check. We stayed on that topic for almost an hour, going in circles, getting nowhere, but enjoying the conversation for its own sake. That's what being 13 was like for us. You could spend half the night debating questions that philosophers have argued for centuries and feel like you were discovering something new. Every thought felt fresh, every idea worth exploring. I remember looking around the room at some point during that conversation. York gestured while making a point that didn't quite make sense, while Laramie pushed his glasses up and launched into some theory he'd read in one of his books. Eric listened, waiting for his turn to speak. These were my best friends in the world, the people who understood me better than anyone else. I had no idea it was one of the last times we'd all be together like that. We fell asleep on the floor around dawn, and woke up in the early afternoon with stiff necks and bad breath, a vague sense that we'd figured out something important, but couldn't even remember it. The last week of August arrived faster than any of us expected. Suddenly, summer was almost over. School started in 10 days, then 8 days, then 5. The air had that late summer quality. It was still hot, but with an edge to it, a hint of the fall waiting just around the corner. The cicadas were still loud, but they'd peaked sometime in mid-August, and now they were starting to thin out, that drone losing some of its intensity. It was, of course, York who proposed the campout on a Tuesday. We were sitting in his backyard, not doing much of anything, and he brought it up. "One last thing before school starts," he said. "A proper send-off. We camp out in the back field and build a fire and stay up all night. Film the final episode of the show." The back field was the big open space behind York's house, about 10 acres of grass and wildflowers that ran down to a creek and a line of trees. His family owned it, but didn't do anything with it. We'd played there hundreds of times over the years. It felt safe. It felt like it was our place. "I'm in," Marissa said immediately. "Yeah, okay, sounds fun," I said. Laramie, though, was quiet for a second, but then he nodded and pushed his glasses up. "Sure, one last adventure." We picked Friday night. We set up tents and built a fire. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, filming the big finale of our fake TV show. Our parents all said yes. It was innocent enough. Just kids being kids, squeezing the last drops out of summer before real life started again. None of us talked about why we were staying close to York's house. None of us mentioned that the back field was the opposite direction from the Hensley place, as far from those overgrown fields and that empty farmhouse as we could get without leaving town entirely. We didn't have to say it. We all understood. Friday came. It was clear and warm. We hauled our gear out to the field around 6. 3 tents and sleeping bags and a cooler full of food and soda. York's dad helped us dig a fire pit, showing us how to stack the wood properly. Then he left us alone with a reminder to put the fire out completely before going to bed. We got the tents set up and the fire going, just as the stars started coming out. The sky was huge out there, away from the streetlights, and you could see the Milky Way smeared across it like someone had spilled something beautiful. The cicadas were singing, but it was just the normal sound, the background noise of summer we'd been hearing for months. Nothing wrong at all. I set up the camcorder on a rock near the fire pit, angling it to catch all 5 of us in frame. We were going to film the final broadcast of our fake TV show. York had written a whole script for Chuck Brubaker's last weather report, increasingly unhinged predictions that ended with him announcing his retirement to become one with the storms. We did 3 takes. The first one fell apart because Laramie couldn't stop laughing. The second one was pretty good, but York forgot his lines near the end. But the third one was perfect. All of us playing our parts, building to a ridiculous climax, where Chuck Brubaker walked off into the field with his arms raised while the rest of us did fake crying. After that, we just hung out. Hot dogs, marshmallows, talking about nothing important, anxious about school starting up again soon. Which teachers we hoped to get. Marissa mentioned she was thinking about trying out for the volleyball team, and York said she'd make it easy. "You're the most coordinated person I know," he said. And Marissa rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was pleased. "What about you?" she asked me. "Any big plans for 8th grade?" I shrugged. "Survive, I guess." "Inspiring," Laramie said. Everybody laughed. I remember the firelight on their faces, the smell of wood smoke and those beef franks, the sound of Laramie laughing at something York said. A real laugh. Too loud. The kind of laugh that made you laugh just hearing it. Everything felt right and safe. Marissa was sitting next to me, close enough that our shoulders almost touched. At one point, she leaned over and whispered, "This was a good idea. The campout, I mean. I'm glad we did this." "Yeah, me too," I said. Around midnight, we did ghost stories for the camera. That had been York's idea, a way to get more footage. But we made a rule that nothing could be actually scary. Everything had to be stupid. So Laramie told a story about a ghost who haunted a specific toilet at Denny's, getting way into the details. I did one about a vampire who was allergic to blood and survived on tomato juice. Eric, deadpan and serious, delivered a 5-minute saga about a mummy who wasn't actually undead, just a guy who'd gotten wrapped up in toilet paper and couldn't get out. The laughter went on. The fire was starting to get low, and the night was almost quiet, save for the cicadas. Around 2 a.m., Laramie stood up. "I gotta pee, guys," he said. "I'll be right back." He walked toward the tree line at the edge of the field, about 50 yards from where we sat. I watched him go without really thinking about it, just tracking his silhouette as it moved through the tall grass, getting smaller in the darkness. He looked so small out there. I mean, he was small. The two of us both were. He reached the edge of the trees and stopped. I assumed he was finding a good spot with some privacy. And that's when the cicadas changed. I knew immediately. The sound shifted and dropped. It became that pulse I'd heard at the Hensley place, the frequency that vibrated your skeleton, the one that meant something was coming. My body locked up. I couldn't move or speak or do anything but stare at Laramie's silhouette at the edge of the trees. Beside me, my friends had gone rigid too. I could see York at the very far side of my eye, frozen mid-reach for another marshmallow. I could feel Marissa's hand on my arm, gripping tight, but neither of us could move. Laramie turned around. I saw his face catch the faint glow from our dying firelight. He looked so confused, so very scared. His glasses reflected the fire, and he opened his mouth to say something, but I never figured out what it was, because something came out of the trees behind him. I couldn't see it clearly. It was too dark and too fast, and my eyes wouldn't focus on it properly. But there was an impression of height and wrong angles and limbs that bent too much. The same thing we'd seen at the Hinsley place. The same shape that had taken the old man apart while we watched. It reached for Laramie. He didn't even scream. I don't really know if that makes it better. There was one quick, surprised sound. Then the shape folded around him and pulled him backward into the trees. There was a rustling, a cracking of branches. Then nothing at all. The cicadas shifted back to normal then. My body unlocked. I was on my feet before I knew I was moving, running toward that tree line and screaming Laramie's name. The others were on my tail. We crashed into the trees with flashlights, sweeping the beams everywhere, calling our friend's name over and over. There was nothing there. No sign of him. Just dark woods and cicada noise. We searched until dawn, covering every inch of those woods down to the creek and along its banks, through the brush and into the neighboring fields. But we found nothing. York's parents called the police when we came back at sunrise, stumbling and hoarse, unable to explain what happened. We told them Laramie had gone to use the bathroom and never came back, that we had searched desperately all night. But we could not tell them about what we saw. The search went on for weeks. Police, volunteers, dogs, helicopters. They checked the creek for signs of drowning. They checked the roads for signs of abduction. They interviewed everyone we knew and plenty of people we didn't. And they interviewed each of us at least a dozen times. A theory was settled on, that Laramie had wandered off into the dark, gotten disoriented, and fell into the creek. His body had likely swept downstream and would probably never be recovered. A tragic accident. A senseless loss. A memorial service was held at the end of September. The entire town showed up. Laramie's parents sat in the front row and looked like people whose insides had been scooped out of them. His mom kept touching his school picture, the one they'd put on an easel next to the podium, as if she was trying to make sure this was real. I sat in the back with the others. We didn't talk. We didn't even look at each other. We sat there and listened to people say nice things about Laramie, about how he read more than anyone and laughed too loud. I kept the camcorder footage from that night. I'm not sure why I even did. The tape shows the fire and the ghost stories. Laramie doing his bit about the Denny's toilet ghost. You can see him in the background of some shots laughing and pushing his glasses up, looking happy and alive. But the last shot is blurry, and it's of him saying something about needing to pee. He walks out of frame, and the camera keeps recording the fire for another 40 minutes until the battery dies. You can hear us searching on the audio, calling his name, getting more desperate, more panicked. As the minutes pass and he doesn't answer, you can hear York start to cry around the 20-minute mark, and you can hear Marissa saying, "This isn't happening," over and over, like a prayer. But you can't hear what took him. I listened to it hundreds of times probably, trying to find some evidence that what I remember was real. But there's nothing there. Nothing but normal cicada noise. That was enough to destroy our friendships. There was no fight or falling out or anything, but we became objects of our own trauma. Looking at York or Eric or Marissa just reminded me of Laramie and that thing in the woods. York's family moved away the next year. Eric went quiet, and we lost touch entirely before graduation. Marissa and I almost stayed friends. We tried, but every time we were together, there was an absence between us. probably the space where Laramie should have been. And eventually it was easier to just stop trying. I left Missouri the day after I graduated high school, and I've never been back. I went to college in Oregon and got a job. I'm married now, and I built a life as far from Carthage as I could get. I don't talk about the summer of '98. I left the tapes with my family a long time ago. I've spent 17 years trying to forget what happened. Most days I almost manage it. But I'm writing this in 2015, and Brood 4 emerged again last month, the first time in 17 years. And I can't stop thinking about Laramie. I never got to say goodbye. None of us did. He was there and gone so fast. Wherever he is now. Whatever happened to him after that shape pulled him into the dark. God, I hope it was quick. I hope he didn't suffer. I hope whatever he saw at the end wasn't as terrible as what I've imagined every night for 17 years. During my school years, I only acquired a single friend I could call a best friend, and it was well into my later days. I can't imagine the pain one might feel to see one of the closest friends in the world be ripped away from them by something that should be impossible. Good night. Thank you for tuning into this episode of Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. Get to know me personally on X at Dark Prevails, or on my show, Night Watchers, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, your favorite podcast app, or just search YouTube for Night Watchers. But if you want more scary story narrations from me, check out Tales from the Break Room, or Alone in the Woods. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there, and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. Chesterton's fence is the idea that if something exists, someone had a reason to create it. Before you tear it down, before you ignore it or change it, you should first understand its reason for existing. Chesterton's fence works not just for the structures around us, beyond our lifetimes, but also for the culture and folklore around us. You may have heard these before. Things like why you should never whistle in the woods, why you should never respond to voices that call for you if you can't see the face they came from, no matter how familiar they are. I received a story recently, a story called It Came from the Cave, from Of the Ojibwe, who claims it is a true story, and that there's something very hungry and very malevolent stalking the woods of Minnesota, looking for meat every decade or so. The Ojibwe have a word for it, but the sender of this story refused to state it here, out of fear. The rules I mentioned before may have been what saved his grandfather and him from a horrible and painful demise. Tell me, dear listeners and viewers, what kind of creature is so terrifying that you can't even speak its name? Something that doesn't look for meat to eat it, but to destroy. I grew up in a hunting family, my mother's side mostly. Her father, Emmett, was the one who taught me to shoot, to track, to clean a deer, and pack out the meat. He had Ojibwe blood from his grandmother, and while we weren't traditional in any formal sense, certain old beliefs had filtered down through the generations and settled into the way he moved through the world. He didn't talk much about them, though. They just were rules you followed without needing to understand why, like keeping your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. I respected those rules even when I didn't believe in them. I wish I'd asked more questions while he was still around. But I'm here to tell you a story. The story about how one November, something came out of the cave near our cabin. Or maybe it was something that had always been there, waiting in the dark, and that was simply the year it decided to make itself known. Our cabin sat in the northern Minnesota wilderness, about 50 miles south of the Boundary Waters, so remote that the nearest town was about 2 hours by paved road, and from there it was another 40 minutes down a series of old trails that got worse every year. My great-grandfather had built the original structure back in the 1940s, and Emmett had expanded it over the decades, adding a second room and a covered porch that looked out over a small creek. It was primitive by most standards. No electricity or running water, a wood stone for heat and kerosene lamps for light. But I loved it there in a way I've never loved anywhere else. The smell of that place is burned into my memory. That wood smoke and coffee and gun oil smell. Not to mention the wet leaves, pine sap, and mineral scent from the creek. For most of my life, it felt like the safest place on earth. About a quarter mile northeast of the cabin, up a rocky ridge thick with old-growth timber, there was a cave. I don't know how deep it went. I never found out, and I never intended to. The mouth was wide, maybe 15 feet across, and it descended at a shallow angle into absolute darkness. Even on bright summer days, you couldn't see more than 20 feet inside before the light just stopped, like something was eating it. I hated that cave. I hated it as a child, and I hate it now as a grown man. I don't think hate is even the right word. It's more like the feeling you get when you're standing at the edge of a high drop. That twisting pressure in your stomach. That whisper in the back of your skull telling you to step back. I felt watched whenever I was near it. Studied, sized up. I told myself it was just the darkness playing tricks. Your brain inventing threats in places it can't see. But over time I noticed that animals avoided the area too. Deer trails curved around that ridge rather than crossing it, and birds did not nest in the trees nearby. My grandfather had one rule about the cave, and he only stated it once. I was maybe 10 years old, and I'd wandered closer than I should have while exploring. He found me standing at the base of the ridge, looking up toward the dark mouth, and he grabbed my shoulder hard enough to leave a bruise. He told me I was never to go near it, never to look into it, never to even think about it whenever I was out in these woods. His voice, though, was calm, but there was something underneath it that was different than usual. When I asked why, he shook his head and said some places were better left alone. I assumed he was worried about the practical dangers, like dangerous animals or unstable rocks. That made sense. That was easy for me to believe. So I believed it for 12 more years. My grandfather was not a superstitious man, in the way that most people might use that word. He did not believe in ghosts or UFOs, or any of the things you might see on TV. But he carried certain rules from his upbringing, which had been passed down from his grandmother and her people, and he followed them with a quiet consistency that I only recognized in hindsight. Don't whistle after dark. Do not say the names of the dead in the woods. If you kill an animal, think it. Small things, easy to dismiss as quirks or old habits. But there was one warning that stuck with me, even before I understood why. I was 15, helping him scout a new tree stand location in early autumn. We'd split up to cover more ground, and when I finished checking my section, I called out to him. But he didn't answer. I called again, louder, and I heard his voice respond from somewhere to my left. So I started to walk towards it. Then he was suddenly right in front of me, coming from the opposite direction. I asked him if he'd heard me calling, and he said he had. I asked why he hadn't answered me the first time, and he stopped walking. He said to me that if I ever heard something call my name out in those woods, I should never answer it, not until I could see its face. I remember laughing, thinking he was joking, but his expression didn't change. I wanted to know what he meant. He said that there's something out there that likes to learn voices. It would listen, and it would practice, and eventually, it would try to use it. He said it had a face that I would not want to see. I didn't know what to say to that. I asked if he was serious, and he just told me to remember what he said. Then he started to walk again, and we never spoke about it after that. I thought about it, though. I thought about it every time I noticed him scanning the trees before responding to my shouts. I thought about it every time I caught him standing still, listening to something that I couldn't hear. I told myself it was just an old man's thing, a story he'd been told as a child that had calcified into some habit. I wanted to believe that. The drive up that year was the same as every year before it. We left before dawn and stopped for breakfast at a diner near the highway, then again for gas at the last station before the logging roads began. The truck was loaded with enough supplies for a week. We'd made this trip every season together since I was 12, and there was a comfort in this routine. It felt like a ceremony or ritual. The first thing I noticed was the quietness. Not all the sound was gone. The truck engine rumbled, the tires crunched over gravel and frozen mud. Wind moved through bare branches. But beneath all that, there was a stillness that felt horrible. Normally, the woods this time of year were busy. You'd see movement everywhere, life preparing for winter. But that day, there was nothing. The trees were empty and the underbrush didn't stir at all. I watched through the window as we drove, and I swear I don't think I saw a single living animal in the last 10 miles before the cabin. My grandfather noticed it too. I could tell by the way his hands tightened on the steering wheel. I even caught him flicking his eyes to the tree line a few times. But, as usual, he didn't say anything about it. So neither did I. When we arrived, we unloaded the truck, carried everything inside, and got the wood stove going. By the time the cabin was warm, the sun was starting to sink. I told him I was going to walk the nearby trails before dark, check for deer sign, get a sense of where we should focus in the morning. He nodded and told me not to go too far. There was something in his voice that made me want to ask what was wrong, but I didn't. I wish I had. The trails out there were empty. Not just quiet, but empty. The scrapes and rubs that should have been everywhere, the territorial markings bucks leave during the rut, were completely absent. I walked a full mile in a wide loop around the cabin and found not a single thing to suggest that deer even existed here. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe rut had pushed them further than usual, I thought. But that didn't feel right. Deer don't just abandon an area, not like this, not all at once. When I got back to the cabin, my grandfather was standing on the porch with a cup of coffee, looking out at the darkening woods. He asked what I'd found, and I told him. He didn't seem surprised like I was. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting toward the northeast, toward the ridge, where that cave we couldn't currently see stood. He told me we'd see what morning brought, and then he went inside. I stood out on the porch for a while longer, watching the last light fade from the sky. Only moments later, I felt watched. So I went inside before the full night came, and I made sure to lock the door behind me. We hunted the next morning anyway, though I think we both knew it was futile. My grandfather suggested we sit stands within sight of each other, rather than spreading out. And I agreed, without a question. We were in our positions before dawn, watching dim light slowly fill the spaces between the trees, waiting for movement that never came. And I mean nothing. Deer, squirrel, bird, nothing. The woods were empty and still like a photograph. I sat in that stand for 4 hours, and that entire time the only living thing I saw was my grandfather, motionless in his own stand, about 100 yards away. We climbed down around midday. I was frustrated, ready to complain about the wasted morning, but the expression on my grandfather's face stopped me. He looked nervous. I'd never seen him like that before. His eyes were tired, and afraid. I don't think I'd ever seen him afraid of anything. Cautious, sure, but not afraid. We started walking back toward the cabin. I was slightly ahead, following the trail we'd made that morning, when this smell blew in on the wind. It was subtle at first, just a hint of something strange beneath the clean scent of pine and frozen earth. But with each step it grew stronger, until I had to breathe through my mouth. Coppery decay, the unmistakable stench of death. I found the carcass about 50 yards off the main trail. It was a doe, probably a year or two old. She hadn't been dead long either. A day, maybe 2 at most. But something had destroyed her. No other word fits. Her throat had been torn out, not bitten, but ripped. The flesh peeled back from her spine, like someone had tried to separate her head from her body, only to give up partway through. Her belly was open, organs pulled out and scattered across the leaves, but almost none of the meat had been taken. Whatever had killed her had not been interested in eating. I have field-dressed dozens of deer in my life. I've seen what coyotes or even wild dogs do to carcasses, what bears do. What happens when a gut-shot animal runs for a mile before dying and the scavengers find it? This wasn't any of that. This was violence for the sake of violence. It could almost be seen as a message, but at that time, I didn't understand that. The worst part was the tree. About 10 feet away from the carcass, an old oak tree rose from the forest floor. Its bark was gouged with claw marks, deep, vicious slashes torn through to the pale wood beneath. I walked over to it, my boots crunching on frozen leaves, and looked up at the marks. They started at about chest height and ran upward in parallel lines. 4 claws, maybe 5. The highest marks were at least 8 feet off the ground. Whatever had made them had been tall and strong, and it had wanted to leave a record of what it could do. I stood there staring at these marks, trying to make them fit into any category that seemed normal. A bear would be dinning by that time of year, and besides, bears don't kill deer and leave them uneaten. The marks were too large for a cougar, and cougars don't claw at trees like that anyway. I ran through every predator I could think of. Yet, nothing made sense. My grandfather's voice snapped me out of it. He was standing at the edge of the small clearing, looking at the eviscerated doe, and his face was the color of old ash. He asked me to show him the tree, so I did. He studied the claw marks without speaking, reaching up to touch one of the gouges, running his fingers along the bark. Then he looked toward the ridge, once again toward that cave. When I wondered out loud what could have done this, he didn't say a word. He stood for a moment. I saw him grinding his teeth. When his voice finally did come out, it was flat and quiet, and he said we were going to change our plans for the rest of the week. No more morning hunts. We would go out at midday if we went out at all, and we would stay together, making sure to be back inside the cabin before dark. He told me to leave my rifle loaded from now on, even if we're indoors. I was getting frustrated. I didn't like his stoic vagueness during times like this. Why should I continue to be scared and confused when I could just be scared? But I didn't question him. He was wiser than me. He was my elder. So I obeyed. We walked back to the cabin, neither of us talking. I kept my hand on my rifle and my eyes on the trees, watching the shadows between the trunks, searching for any movement. My grandfather walked beside me, and every few steps, I saw him looking over his shoulder, back towards where the cave would be. As we neared the cabin, I stopped. Something made me turn around, some instinct or premonition. I looked back toward the dark line of trees at the edge of the clearing, and I saw something. It was standing between 2 tall pine trees, about 200 yards away. At that distance, I could barely make out any details at all. I couldn't see a face or features, but I could see the rough shape of it. Something unnervingly tall, and so thin it looked wrong. It stood upright on two legs, but there was nothing human about the way it held itself, the angle of its limbs, and the absolute stillness of its posture. Whatever it was watching us. I knew it because I could feel it watching. In the blink of my eye, it was gone. Just trees and shadows and those empty, silent woods. My grandfather's hand closed around my arm. He'd seen where I was looking, but he pulled me toward the cabin, and I went, because I didn't know what else to do, and I was scared. We didn't speak about it that night. We sat by the wood stove with our rifles across our laps, and we listened to the darkness outside, waiting for morning. I told myself it had to be some sort of dead tree or trick of the light. I didn't believe that. Neither of us slept that night. We didn't discuss it. I doubt my grandfather would. We didn't make any formal arrangements either. It just happened. Just the understanding between two people that something out here was completely messed up, and that we should not make ourselves part of it. My grandfather sat in the chair nearest the wood stove, with his rifle across his knees. I took the cot by the window, my own rifle propped against the wall within arm's reach. We kept one kerosene lamp burning low, just enough light to see each other's faces, but not enough to blind us to whatever might be moving in the dark. Remember when I said the cabin had always felt safe to me? It's small, yes, and primitive, but solid. My great-grandfather had built it to last, and my grandfather had maintained it with the same meticulous care he applied to everything. That night, though, it felt like a shell. The walls felt thin. Every creak of settling timber, every gust of wind against the windows sent my heart racing. Then, the sounds started around midnight. They weren't dramatic at first, sounded like a twig snapping somewhere in the distance. Then another, but closer. The rustle of something moving through dead trees, circling wide around the cabin. I thought to myself, it could be anything, raccoons or possums or deer that had finally wandered back into the area. But the rhythm was wrong. The pauses between sounds were cautious and planned, like something that knew how to move through woods without being heard and was choosing not to. At some point in the early hours, I heard something brush against the exterior wall. It was subtle, almost gentle, but it was higher than a deer could reach. In fact, it was higher than made sense for anything on four legs. I instantly looked at my grandfather with wide eyes. He was gripping his rifle super tight, with one finger against his lips, and a silent, hush. Still, we didn't speak, but it made sense now, because if we spoke then, it would know we were there, even though I'm pretty sure it already did. But a sound from us would be confirmation, basically screaming at the thing outside that its prey was right here, behind thin wooden walls. Dawn came slowly. When the first real light broke through the trees, I felt something loosen in my chest. In daylight, the terror of the night before seemed almost silly, until I looked at my grandfather's face and saw that he had not experienced that same relief. He almost looked sick, a man so worried but trying so hard to hide it that it backfired completely. I could have vomited at the sight of that fear just behind his eyes. He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the clearing where we'd parked the truck. It was quiet for a long time, but finally he said that we were leaving. Today, now. We'd pack only what we needed and drive out, not coming back until spring, if we came back at all. No arguments from me. I was already reaching for my boots. The truck had been visited. I saw it as soon as we stepped outside, and the relief I'd felt at dawn curdled into something cold and heavy. The driver's side door was marked with scratches, 4 parallel gouges running from the handle to the wheel well. They weren't deep, barely breaking through the paint, but they were clear. Another message. The front left tire was also flat. I crouched down to examine it while my grandfather stood watch. He held his rifle in such a way that he could aim and fire immediately if needed. The tire had not been slashed. Instead, it appeared as though something had bitten through it. I could see the puncture marks, the way the rubber had been pierced and torn by something with teeth. The size of the bite was wide, too large for anything I could name. Around the truck, the ground was churned with tracks. I tried to see where they came or where they went, but they were confusing. There seemed to be no recognizable pattern. They overlapped and contradicted each other. Some were bipedal, the impressions of feet that might have been human if the stride hadn't been so long. Others showed what looked like hands pressing into the mud, as if whatever made them had dropped to all fours, to move faster, or even to smell the ground. The gait shifted randomly between the two, and I could not construct any anatomy that would move that way in my head. My grandfather had a spare tire, luckily, and he changed it, without a word, of course, while I stood guard. It took nearly an hour. The whole time I felt that watching sensation pressing against my back, that awareness of being observed. The woods around the cabin were utterly still. No birds and no wind. Nothing but that terrible, patient attention. When he finished, my grandfather stood and wiped his hands on his pants. He looked up at the sky, gauging the position of the sun, and I saw something in him that made my stomach tighten again. He then said that the old roads would be slow going, muddy, rutted, treacherous in places where erosion had eaten away at the surface, and he said we would not make it to the main road before dark. Then he said we'd have to wait until morning. One more night. We should have stayed inside. I know that now, but the thought of sitting in that cabin for several more hours waiting for darkness to fall was unbearable. My grandfather suggested we scout toward the south, looking for a shorter route out, a path that might cut our drive time enough to give us a margin before sunset. I agreed because I needed to move around. I needed to feel like we were doing something other than waiting to be hunted. We found another carcass, a quarter-mile from the cabin. This one was a buck, a mature 8-point, and it had been dead for several days. The corpse was bloated, the smell was rancid, and it had been destroyed in the same way as the doe we'd found before. I made myself look at it long enough to confirm what I already knew. Then we moved on. That wasn't the end of it. There was another carcass, much fresher. A doe maybe 2 days dead, destroyed in the same way. Then we found a third, and it was still warm. I found it in a shallow ravine, steam still rising from the exposed viscera in the cold morning air. The blood hadn't even congealed yet. Whatever had killed this animal had done it within the last hour, maybe less. It had been alive when we woke up that day. It had been killed while we were changing the tire. My grandfather stood at the edge of the ravine, looking down at the corpse, and I watched his face as he worked through that same realization that I'd just reached. These kills were not random. They weren't even about food. These were markers, boundary signs. When I thought about the location of each body, the first to the northeast, the second to the east, and the third to the south, I understood. They formed a perimeter around our cabin. Something was marking its territory, and our cabin and us were inside of it. I asked my grandfather what was going on, demanded to know what he knew and what he'd been keeping from me, what any of this meant. My voice came out louder than I intended, cracking, and he didn't answer for a long time. But eventually he simply said we had to go back inside. He talked while the afternoon light faded outside the windows. He did not, obviously, tell me a complete story. He did not lay out some neat narrative with a beginning and middle and end. Instead, he spoke in fragmented, half-finished thoughts, like someone describing something they've spent a lifetime trying to not think about. I didn't push him. I was finally getting some answers, so I just listened. I'll do my best to explain what he said. He'd seen it before. He was young then, 19 or 20 years old, hunting with his grandmother in these same woods during a hard winter when food was scarce and the animals behaved strangely. Something had come to their camp one night. He never saw it clearly, just movement in the darkness, shapes that didn't seem right, sounds that couldn't come from any normal animal. His grandmother was so scared, she made him hide beneath a pile of blankets in the corner of the tent. She told him to stay silent, no matter what he heard, no matter what called his name. She had done something, he didn't know what, some kind of prayer or ritual, words in a language he didn't know. She made these gestures that seemed to push against the darkness outside. And whatever it was, the thing left. They survived the night. Afterward, she told him about something that lived in those old places, saying that it slept for years at a time, sometimes even decades, in hollows, deep woods, or caves. It woke when it was hungry, and when it woke, it killed, and what it hungered for was not food, but death. It killed for pleasure. She said the thing was sick, not an animal and not a spirit, but something caught between. She claimed that it had once been human, maybe, or had worn human shapes, but had been twisted into something nightmarish. It could learn, it could mimic, it could think, and it hated everything that wasn't itself. She told him to never acknowledge it or answer it if it called. Never even let it know you'd seen it. She called it a name that he would not repeat to me, a word from a language that was almost extinct even then. My grandfather's voice broke as he told me this. He said he'd thought it was gone now. He'd thought maybe his grandmother had driven it away for good, or that it had died or moved on in the decades since. He thought maybe it had been just a story all along, an old woman's superstition, a way of making sense of a frightening thing in the night. He said he was sorry to me, that he never should have brought me here. I then asked him what happened to his grandmother. He didn't answer. He stared at the floor, and I knew not to ask that again. The sun was low when I stepped onto the porch to bring in firewood from the stack by the door. I was only outside for a moment, long enough to fill my arms with split logs, to feel the cold air on my face, and to glance toward the tree line out of habit. And it was then that I heard my grandfather's voice calling my name. It came from the trees, not from inside the cabin where I'd left my grandfather, but from out there, maybe 50 yards into the forest. And you want to know what's really messed up? It sounded exactly like him. A perfect copy. That gravel in his tone and the way he pronounced my name with the emphasis on the wrong syllable. It was a quirk of his accent I'd heard my whole life. He was calling me towards him, telling me to come quick, saying that he'd found something. I froze with the firewood in my arms. I could hear my grandfather behind me inside the cabin, the creak of the floorboards under his boots as he walked around. He was still inside. He was right there. So what was out here? The voice called again. Come on, it said. Hurry up, it said. The same tone and cadence. Every detail was spot on. I remembered his warning from years ago. His voice telling me never to answer until I could see a face, so I didn't move or respond or acknowledge it. I stood there with my arms full of wood, staring at the dark line of trees. As if becoming impatient, the third time it called for me, something was wrong with it. While the voice was still my grandfather's, still accurate, there was a wetness underneath it now, a thickness like someone speaking through a mouthful of blood. The words came slower, and I could hear effort behind it. Whatever was doing this, it was straining itself to mimic my grandfather, something that didn't have a human-shaped mouth and was struggling to keep up the act. I backed toward the cabin door. I didn't turn around. I couldn't make myself look away from the trees, from those shadows between the trunks where something might be standing and watching. I got inside, and I locked the door. My grandfather was at the window with his rifle raised, his face a little paler than when I'd left him. He'd heard it too. Night came quickly. We kept the lanterns low and the fire banked, sitting in near darkness with our rifles, watching the windows like the first night. The sounds started soon after full dark. This time they weren't as subtle. We heard footsteps circling the cabin. They weren't constant. They would come in bursts, a dozen steps, then silence, then another burst from a different direction. Sometimes they sounded like a man walking. Sometimes they sounded like something else, a shambling rhythm, an irregular drag and thump that did not match any gait I could imagine. I tried to track the movement, to predict where the next sound would come from, but the pattern kept changing. I got used to the sounds, but not to the silent gaps between, because during those quiet parts, I didn't know where it was or where to expect it. I kept thinking of that movie, Silver Bullet, at the end where the werewolf bursts through the wall. I kept thinking how that could happen here, and I would have no idea which direction it would come. Every time it went quiet, I was wondering if this was the moment it would stop playing and burst through. Once, something pressed against the wall hard enough to make the timber groan, and I could hear breathing on the other side, raspy, wet breathing, like its lungs were full of fluid. The thing sounded sick and diseased and hungry, but something told me that was probably its natural state. Asterisk on natural. I looked at the window then and saw a shape blocking out the stars. Our visitor was very tall and very thin. I could make out the silhouette of a head and shoulders, bony and stretched out features, and a misshapen skull. It stood there for a moment, perfectly still, and I felt its attention on me. But then it moved away, and the window showed only darkness again. Hours passed by, the circling continued. My grandfather whispered that we couldn't show fear, that we could not show any weakness. He said it was studying us and learning us, looking for a crack it could exploit. And he said all we could do, all we should do, was wait it out. A question popped in my head, one that it turned out I didn't want an answer for. That question being, what if it did find a crack? It was the deepest part of the night, and the cold was creeping through the walls, through the floor, through every gap in the old timber frame. But we hadn't heard footsteps in nearly an hour. I was starting to hope it was over, that whatever was out there had lost interest in us. Maybe it had moved on. Then something knocked on the door. 3 slow knocks, almost polite. I looked at my grandfather. All he did was aim his rifle at the door, the barrel trembling slightly in his grip. Another 3 knocks. And then I heard my own voice come through the wood. It said my grandfather's name, asking to be let inside. It said it was cold out here, that it had gotten lost in the dark, to please open the door. Every word was perfect, every aspect of the voice. My mind was boggled by the way it even understood my quirks, the way I swallowed certain syllables. It was me. It was exactly me, my voice, asking my grandfather to open the door. I felt the blood drain from my face. My throat closed up. I couldn't have spoken back to it if I wanted to. My grandfather hovered his finger over the trigger. Then there was silence. Long, stretching silence. Suddenly, from just outside the door, so close it might have been inches from the wood, there was a laugh. Then the footsteps retreated. The presence withdrew, and the night went quiet. Once again, we stayed up as long as we could. We sat in the darkness with our rifles, hoping that we didn't have to use them. Eventually, light seeped through the windows. It was morning, and we'd survived. I felt scraped out, though. My body was aching from hours of tension, but we were alive. The door was intact. Whatever had been outside had not gotten in. My grandfather stood slowly, his joints cracking, and moved to the window. He looked out at the clearing, at the truck, at the tree line beyond, and I watched his face crumble. I walked over and stood beside him. In the clearing, in front of our cabin, arranged in a neat little row, were 7 deer heads. No bodies, just the heads, positioned upright on the stumps of their severed necks, facing the cabin, facing us. Their eyes were open. Their mouths hung slack. They'd been placed there with care, with precision, with an attention to detail that spoke of intelligence, and something that was very prideful in its work. They hadn't been there when darkness fell, and yet here they were. My grandfather spoke in a whisper, his voice barely audible, saying that it wasn't going to let us leave. Those deer heads watched us with their glassy eyes, and I understood with a sickening clarity that this was communication, yet another message. This thing communicated through violence, if it wasn't using our own voices. My grandfather broke the silence. He said we were leaving, now, not in an hour, not after we packed anything, not after some plan. Now. I was so relieved to hear that, because I think if we stayed another night, we'd probably end up like the deer heads. So our bags stayed where they'd fallen the day before. The food we'd brought for a week sat untouched on the counter. I grabbed only my gun and a handful of extra cartridges from the table and the truck keys. My grandfather did the same, that was all. At the door he paused. I watched his lips move silently, forming words, and I realized he was praying. He was reciting something. Made me think it was a fragment of what he heard his grandmother speak all those years ago in a tent while something outside circled them. At the time, I wasn't sure if I believed it would help. I don't know if he remembered the words correctly, but he said them anyway. And then he opened the door. The morning air was biting cold. The sky was overcast. We walked to the truck. I kept my eyes on the tree line, scanning for any movement. But I couldn't stop glancing at those deer heads as we passed, 7 of them, arranged in a perfect row. It was so creepy. We made it to the truck without an issue. I unlocked the doors and we climbed in, and the sound of those locks clicking shut was music to my ears. The engine turned over with no problem, and I put it in gear and started down the road, away from that cabin, and especially away from that cave. But that road was worse than I remembered. There were ruts filled with half-frozen mud, sucking at the tires. Sections where spring erosion had carved channels across the path, forcing me to slow to a crawl painfully. I had to pick my way through terrain that threatened to swallow the wheels. We couldn't go too fast. I wanted to floor it, believe you me, to put as much distance as possible between us and that place, but the road would not allow it. For the first mile, there was nothing, just the grinding of tires on rough ground. But then I saw movement, parallel to the road, about 30 yards into the trees. There I saw a shape flickering between the trunks, keeping pace with us. I actually saw it. Brief glimpses, but I saw it. Pale skin, angular juts of limbs, something tall and thin moving through the forest with a speed that should not have matched our vehicle, even in these rough conditions. It seemed like every time I glanced, it was switching positions between 4 legs and 2. It didn't seem to be chasing us or running away. I felt like it was escorting us, matching our speed exactly, staying just visible enough that we knew it was there. My grandfather watched it too, but he didn't say anything, as was his way. He watched it through the window, his face like a stone statue. I drove faster, knowing it was probably a little risky, and the shape in the woods kept pace without effort. We rounded a bend, and I slammed on the brakes, because across the road lay a tree, a fallen, mature pine, 3 feet thick at the base, completely blocking our path. The crown stretched into the woods on the left side. The root ball jutted up on the right, a wall of tangled roots and clinging earth. At first I thought maybe the wind had blown it over, but that was stupid, I thought. I'd been out here the whole time. There was no storm, no wind strong enough to do this. Instead, it looked like it had been torn from the ground, uprooted. And then I saw them, the parallel gouges, the claw marks. Yep, it hadn't fallen, it had been placed there. My grandfather was already opening his door. I called out for him to wait. I had to think about this, but he shook his head and said we had no time and no choice. The woods on either side were too dense to drive through. We couldn't go back. We had to move this tree, and we had to do it now. He told me to stay in the truck, keep the engine running, to watch the trees and be ready. Before I could reply, he was outside, moving to the front bumper, unwinding the winch cable mounted there. I watched him nervously through the windshield. I was more scared for him than myself. He worked quickly, wrapping the cable around the trunk, securing it with the hook. When he was ready, he signaled me. I put the truck in reverse and gave it gas, and I felt the cable go taut. The tires bit into the mud, and the tree began to move. Slowly, but it was definitely coming along, scraping across the road. I was watching the tree, making sure it kept moving, but I should have been watching the woods. The shape emerged from the shadows behind my grandfather. It stepped out from between 2 thick pine trees, 20 yards away, and for the first time I saw it so clearly. Not a glimpse, not a silhouette in the darkness. I saw it in the pale morning light, and I will never unsee that for as long as I live. It stood upright on 2 legs. It stood about 7 feet tall, maybe more than that. But it was so thin, its height seemed more like a mockery. It had these extra joints in places, suggesting extra articulation. It had mottled pale skin, almost white, like the belly of a dead fish. Half hairless too, covered in what looked like mange or maybe rot. I could see the juts of ribs and hips through its skin, the knobs of spine. Its skull was elongated, stretched backward, the jaw hanging open to reveal teeth that didn't seem to fit its mouth. They were jagged, uneven, some short and blunt, others long and curved like hooks. The eyes were set too far apart and were quite large. They reflected light as if they were glowing from within. Those eyes revealed a creature that was smart, filled with malice and hunger. But it also seemed excited. Even though it looked sick and diseased and ancient, it looked, oh, so happy to be here with us. This thing looked like it should have died 1,000 years ago, but simply said no and kept going, clinging to existence through sheer spite and appetite. I shouted a warning, but my grandfather had already seen it. He stood, frozen, the winch cable still in his hands, staring at the thing that had emerged from the woods. I expected him to run, to raise his rifle, to do something, but he stood there instead, and he spoke to it. Now, I could not hear the words through the glass. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but I did see his lips move slowly. He wasn't screaming or pleading for his life, but saying something carefully. His posture shifted as he spoke. He wasn't at all trying to make himself look aggressive or intimidating. I wasn't sure what he was trying to accomplish. His shoulders had dropped and his chin lifted. He looked at the creature and he spoke to it as if he knew it, like they had unfinished business. Remembering my grandfather's story, perhaps that was the case. He had words for this creature that had to be said. The creature tilted its head. The gesture was more curious, almost mocking. It stood motionless, those terrible eyes fixated on my grandfather. And for a while I was certain it was going to rush forward and tear him in half. I had my hand on the door handle, ready at any moment to throw myself out and get in the middle of it, but probably just die uselessly trying to save him. However, it didn't attack. It stepped back, one step then another. Instead of turning away, it just backed up. It withdrew, fading into the darkness of the forest, glowing eyes the last thing to disappear. My grandfather stood there, staring where it was for a moment. Then he dropped the cable, walked back to the truck, and climbed inside. His face was blank. His hands were shaking something fierce. He told me to drive. With the tree out of the way just enough, I was able to. God, I wanted so bad to ask what he'd said to it. How did he save the both of us with nothing more than words? I put the truck into gear, edging past the half-cleared tree, branches scraping against the doors. I didn't care about any damage. I'm sure he didn't either. We just wanted to get out of those woods. We drove, and the shape in the trees followed us for another mile, maybe 2. I kept seeing glimpses of it between the trees. Frankly, I wasn't sure when it stopped following us. It wasn't the kind of thing where it had a moment of departure or final sighting. It was there 1 second and gone the next. And the moment it wasn't there, the entire woods, the entire universe to us, felt different. It felt before like we were under the entire ocean, this immense pressure. And it completely lifted whenever that creature could no longer be seen or felt. My grandfather sold the cabin, so we never had to go back, as if we wanted to. For all I know, it's collapsed by now, or just sitting empty in those woods, slowly rotting, becoming reclaimed by the forest. But I'll never find out. I don't care to now trespass and go check. My grandfather, though, he acted different after that trip. Drained, somehow quieter than usual. He stopped hunting entirely. When I found out he sold his rifles, I was astonished. And when asked about it, he told people he'd lost his taste for hunting. One time he even said that his knees no longer allowed him to walk that way anymore. He said a lot of things that weren't true. But I never spoke up. I never contradicted him. Only one time did I try to talk to him about it, maybe 6 months after these incidents. I asked what he'd said in the woods to that creature, what words he could have said to make it turn away and spare us. But he shook his head, saying simply that some things are better left buried. but he did say that his grandmother had given him a gift that he'd used, and that was all I needed to know. 3 years later, he had a heart attack, and he didn't make it. His health hadn't been great for a while. It was heartbreaking, but not necessarily surprising. A natural cause. Much better than both of us being mauled to death by something that shouldn't exist. But the timing is pretty close to these events, and it makes me wonder if he had bargained with the thing. Is that possible? Was that the type of entity we were dealing with? Something that could bargain with souls? Had he sold himself to save me? I've looked for information over the years. Old stories from the Ojibwe or the Cree, the other peoples who lived in those lands before anyone else. I've even gone over some cryptid forums and paranormal databases, found a few dusty old books in university libraries. And while I've found some things that match, there's never a perfect match. So, like most stories you might hear like this, I don't know what it was. Or is. I don't know where it comes from or how old it is, why it chose that place to make its home, and why it let us go. That thing could have killed us any time it wanted, could have taken us in the cabin on that first night, could have dragged us from the truck. It could have run us down on the road like the deer it slaughtered and left to rot. It could have been our heads on those stumps, not deer. It was faster, clearly stronger, maybe even smarter. We were never a threat to it. We did not escape from it. We were released. No matter who you are or where you're from, people will tell you to listen to your elders. And sometimes that advice may just save your life. Elders know things. They know why things exist or why other things happen. And even though you may not know the same things as them, that's why it's so useful to just listen sometimes, before you cross a boundary that can never be uncrossed. Good night. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to another episode of Unexplained Encounters. I'm Darkness Prevails. It's been a pleasure to be your host today. Be sure to send me your scary true stories of the unknown at darkstories.org. If you're listening on YouTube, you can actually find Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Or if you're on a podcast app listening right now, you can listen on YouTube instead, on my channel Darkness Prevails, whichever floats your boat. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.
Hi, welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Yo, unless I've gone completely senile, and that might be the case, let's be real, I'm aging faster than Asmongold, I think this is our 200th episode. So thank you all insanely much for sticking with me for 200 whole episodes of me never figuring out how to shut up. You're all the best. Quick warning though, I had a hankering for some school-related stories on this one, and I feel like school is kind of like work for people who don't have a career yet, so it counts. Anyway, prepare for skinwalkers, a glitch at Aldi, and extremely haunted schools. These are tales from the break room. And you should leave us a review or follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Thank you. Ghost at my law school. From Bobwar, Wasabort. A few years ago, I attended law school in LA. I'd heard rumors it was haunted when I first started. And as a believer in the supernatural, I tried to stay away from spots at the school where people had seen spirits. I've encountered ghosts and what I'm sure was a demon before, making me wary of what people report as ghosts. While at school, I had multiple encounters with an entity that called herself Sharon, as well as other spirits. The first was late at night in the school's library. The library had 3 floors with a basement, ground, and second floor. I tried to stay on the ground and second floors, as the basement always scared me. It was designed in a way where if you whispered just right, it would always sound like a person was right next to you. It was also where one of the 2 restrooms was. I left my study group to use the restroom. When I got into the basement and turned the corner to the restroom, I saw a woman in an old vintage red dress. She reminded me of a secretary for some reason. She walked down the hall, and as I was curious who she was, I followed her. That hallway ended with a wide open room filled with corrals and a dead end, with the only way out being behind me. When I got there, she was nowhere to be found, and I know for a fact I had not seen her come back down the hallway towards me. While I was walking around, I asked out loud, "Who's there?" I could feel something, and something whispered back, "Sharon." I left that basement so fast, my study group was confused as to why I was packing up like a madman. For the next 3 years, I only went into that basement whenever the sun was out. I'm also sure the woman I saw was not Sharon, but that's for later. The second encounter I had was on the 2nd floor of the library, funny enough. My friend, I'll call her Elle, and I were getting ready for exams. We were in the library near closing. The 2nd floor had a hallway of study rooms that were quite popular. All night I'd walked up and down, seeing who might still be there. We were in the last study room on our side of the hall, and by this point, there was no one else around. At closing, the lights to the rooms automatically go off, and when they did for us, we began to pack up to leave, as we both lived on campus. We were pretty spooked already, since it was darkish and no one was around. When I opened the door, we both heard what sounded like children laughing and playing. Elle told me, "Run," and we did. As we ran, we heard this loud thud above us, which was odd as there was no other upper floor on this side of the building. We looked at each other as the sound kept going, and we heard a man yell before the last thud on the roof. We ran all the way to the stairs, and by the time we hit the landing halfway to the ground floor, I could feel something watching us. I told Elle then, "Whatever you do, don't look back." I had no idea what was behind us, but I had the strangest feeling it was a woman. All I knew was if we did turn to look, we would not like what we saw. The librarian saw us running out the door, but looked as if it wasn't the first time it ever happened. After that, Elle and I never studied till closing again. The last major encounter I had was during finals of my first year. Like I said, I lived on campus, and I was close with a lot of the other students who did as well. I had an open door policy where no matter what time it was, people could stop by, and many did, like Elle or another friend I'd grown close to. One night I was woken up by my doorbell. All the apartments had these obnoxiously loud bells that filled the room. It was unmistakable. I looked at my phone and saw it was 3 a.m. I was confused, but thought maybe Elle or my other friend were up late and were freaking out over our first exam that week. When I looked through the peephole, there was no one there. That should have been my first clue. When I opened the door, I had the distinct feeling of someone walking past me. I thought it was strange, but I've never been so wrong in my life. When I sat on my bed, I experienced something I'd only encountered one other time, when I had run into what I was sure was a demon. My vision split. I was looking through my eyes and the eyes of another person, but from the corner of my room. Something was looking at me. I could feel her anger and hatred, and it was focused directly on me. I could then see a woman in all white with long black hair staring at me, but also I could see myself on the bed. I was terrified, almost rooted in place. I was raised Catholic, and I kept a rosary on my nightstand. In that moment, the part of my brain not paralyzed by fear willed my hand to grab it, and I began to pray. I've prayed 1,000 times in my life, but this time, I felt as if I was praying for my life. A part of me knew this was Sharon. It was familiar somehow. I prayed for 30 minutes. The whole time I felt as if I was in a tug-of-war with Sharon's will. At some point, she vanished, and my vision returned to normal. I felt exhausted though, but I was too scared to fall asleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but I know that I woke up to my doorbell again. When I looked this time, it was my friend, Kay, at the door. I let her in, but when I looked down, there was a bare footprint on my door seal. The outlines of toes were unmistakable, and Kay saw them too. They weren't there the day before. My parents came by that day, and I believe my mother and I share this ability to sense the supernatural. When she walked into the apartment, she looked at me like something was off. When I got a moment to speak to her alone, she asked if something had been in my apartment, and I told her yes. The next 3 years, I had multiple other smaller encounters with Sharon, but nothing like that night. I've only been that scared on 2 other occasions with the supernatural. I still have that rosary within reach of my bed years later, and it will stay there until I pass on to the next life. Something lives in the fields around my campus. From Danny D123. I've lived in Michigan my entire life. I grew up in the Metro Detroit area, went to high school in Saginaw, and now attend a small college in southern Michigan. I'm going to keep the name of the school itself private for the sake of anonymity. It's a small college, fewer than 2,000 students, sitting smack dab in the middle of nowhere. The closest major city is about a 45-minute drive away, and getting to campus means passing endless farm fields and small towns that don't offer much more than a Dollar General and a blinking yellow light. I don't mind this change of pace though. I've lived in the suburbs and city my whole life, so it's been fun for me to live in a rural area for a change. The town is quiet, and the campus is beautiful in many ways, especially in the winter when the snow is falling. Because of where the college is located, wildlife regularly wanders through campus. Deer are the most common larger animal that comes through, and they've become so used to the students that you can walk within a few feet of them without them even lifting their heads. Most of the area's wildlife is harmless. Most of it, but not all. The first time I saw this creature, I was walking back to my dorm from the library late into the night. It was after 1 in the morning, and the library had just closed. The snow was falling lightly, just enough to blur the edges of everything. My dormitory was located on the very edge of campus, about a 10-minute walk from the library. Beyond it were open fields, a patch of forest, and a small park owned by the college far off in the distance. As I walked along the sidewalk, beginning to wish I'd brought a heavier jacket, I glanced down the road toward my dorm. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary, only the snow-covered fields and the dull glow of a distant streetlight. But when I looked again, something was stepping out of the trees under the streetlight. At first, I assumed it was a dog of some sort. It looked like one from that distance. Maybe it was a stray or a farm dog that had gotten loose. But as it stepped fully into the light, I realized something was very wrong. It was enormous, larger than any dog I'd ever seen, and the way it moved wasn't right. It seemed to crawl on all fours, but not in the way a dog would. That was because whatever this thing was did not have regular front paws. What it had instead looked like oversized, heavily furred human hands. That was enough for me. I sprinted toward my dorm, slipping on the frozen ground, but managing to reach the door in record time. I never heard anything chase me, but I didn't look back. As far as I know, that creature never noticed me at all, but I wasn't going to sit around and wait for it to do that. For a while after this event, I tried explaining away what I'd seen. I told myself it was just exhaustion from studying, that the snow and darkness had distorted my vision, that it had been a normal, but oversized dog. However, nothing I came up with fully settled. Deep down, I knew what I'd seen could not be explained. But eventually, classes and exams pushed the memory of the encounter aside. Midterms turned into finals, and before I knew it, the semester was over. The next time I saw the creature was during the first semester of my sophomore year. It was still early in the semester, but classes were getting difficult. I was studying in my dorm room on the 3rd floor. From my window, I could see the wide field behind the building. Looking out, I saw a group of deer packed tightly together at the far end of the field. Something shot out across the field and caught my attention. I knew instantly what it was. The creature was sprinting across the field at an unnatural speed. It launched itself at one of the deer, which barely had any time to react. It slammed into the deer, tearing into its side with powerful jaws. Then, as if the deer weighed almost nothing to it, the creature lifted the thing off the ground and carried it off into the trees. I sat at my desk long after it was gone, frozen with fear and bewilderment. After that, I avoided the edges of campus at all costs, as much as I possibly could, especially after dark, which wasn't easy given the campus's small size. I even considered switching dorms to a building closer to the center of campus. But in the end, I stayed where I was, not wanting to leave my friends and the nice room I had. A month after that, I had my 3rd and final encounter. I was driving home for the weekend, but due to an on-campus event, which ran later than expected, the sun had already set. As I drove down the road leading away from campus, I noticed something lying in the left lane. As I got closer, I realized it was a deer. This deer, however, had not been hit by a car. Deep gouges had been torn through its side, as if massive fangs had ripped the flesh to ribbons. I slowed down, got over to the other side of the road, and passed it, feeling uneasy. Then I checked my rearview mirror. Standing in the middle of the road, beside the mutilated deer, was the same creature. This time, I could see it clearly. It had to be 8 feet tall. Black and gray fur covered a heavily muscle-bound body. Its mouth was full of long fangs, dripping with what looked like blood. And it wasn't on all fours. It was standing upright on 2 legs, watching me. I floored it. I don't know why it didn't chase me. It easily could have. I'd already seen how fast it could move. Instead, it just stood there, staring as I sped away. I never saw it again. Whatever it was, it never seemed all that interested in me, thank God. I'm very grateful for that. Still, knowing something like that exists somewhere near where I live keeps me awake some nights. It's been nearly a year since my last encounter. Whether it left the area to find new hunting grounds or is still roaming the fields around my college, I'm not sure. But I won't be upset if I never have to see it again. The Original Inhabitant, from Creek Peeper 22. I stopped telling this story out loud because people always want me to turn it into a joke. I can't do that without feeling stupid. I can still picture one part of it too clearly, and once you see something like that, it sits in your head for a very long time. In 2012, I was a sophomore at a college in Oregon. That fall, it rained all the time. The dorm I lived in was one of those older brick buildings that had been quote-unquote updated a dozen times without ever really feeling modern. The carpet was always damp, and the air always smelled faintly of detergent because the laundry room was in the basement, and the vents never did their job quite right. The building was 4 floors with a basement. The layout was simple. 1 long hallway on each floor, doors on both sides, a lounge near the stairwell, vending machines at the far end. You could hear everything through the walls. So most nights, you would hear someone's music, people in the hallway, the occasional argument, and somebody laughing out loud. There was also the story everybody knew by the second week. They called it the Walker, though I've also heard it called the Surveyor. Depends on who you talk to. The actual details change here and there, but the core of the story is always the same. Late at night, you would hear slow footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. Sometimes you would hear them above you, even when you were on the top floor. Sometimes the steps would stop outside a door for a long time. People claimed they could feel when it was outside their door. I didn't take this seriously. I'd lived in enough old buildings to know they make noise. Could be pipes clicking or floors settling. People act weird in dorms because they're tired and half drunk and want a story. The only part of the legend that stands out to me was what older students would say when they got quiet. They would say it wasn't a dorm ghost. They would say the land had history and the building set on something the school never talked about. They never had a solid explanation as to what that was, which was part of what made it stick for me. It was just vague enough, so anybody could fit it to whatever they already believed. But I filed it away as dorm nonsense, until late one Friday night. A bunch of us ended up in my room because my roommate, Ethan, had a bottle, and we were bored. It was raining hard enough that you could hear it through the window, even with the music turned up. There were 8 people in a room built for 2. We had a laptop going with a playlist. We had cheap cups. Nobody was trying to be deep, and it was just one of those nights. Someone suggested Truth or Dare, because we were 19, and we were out of other ideas. It started out dumb and normal. Text somebody, do a shot, go ask the RA something stupid. People were laughing. It was loud enough that someone 2 doors down yelled at us through the wall. Then Nicole, who lived on our floor, said we should do a dorm dare. She said it like she was proud of herself for thinking of it. She asked if we'd heard the story about the 4th floor and the service hallway. Everybody had heard some version, but I hadn't heard all the details. Nicole said that there was an unmarked door on the 4th floor near the vending machines. Behind it was a narrow hallway used by maintenance. At the end, there was a metal door that was usually locked. The dare was to go there, knock 3 times, then ask, "Is anyone walking tonight?" I remember laughing, saying that sentence sounded ridiculous out loud. A couple people laughed at me, but Nicole did not. Ethan did, and that was the problem. Ethan loved dares. He loved being the guy who did the dumb thing first. So he said he would do it. I told him we were not doing that, but he said we were. 2 other people said they would come too, which made it feel safer. I ended up going because I didn't want Ethan going off with a couple of half-drunk guys to the 4th floor. We left the room and the hallway noise dropped behind us. The dorm at night always felt different once you stepped out of a loud room. The lights made everything look washed out. The carpet was darker in the center where people walked most. You could smell wet shoes. We took the stairs up, 3rd floor, then the 4th. By the time we hit the 4th floor landing, the air felt colder. I noticed it right away. Ethan didn't say anything, but he slowed down. The 4th floor hallway was empty. No doors down, no voices, no TV noise. It wasn't dead silent because you could still hear the building, but it felt closed off. The vending machines at the end made their usual sounds. Nicole had described an unmarked door. There it was. Beige like the walls. So I'd probably walked past it before without even noticing or caring. There was a faded sign on it that said, "Authorized personnel only." Ethan went over, pushed it, and it opened. Inside was a narrow cinder block hallway. Pipes ran along the ceiling. A single bulb in a wire cage lit the middle of the hall. The air smelled off, like mud. It didn't smell like a typical basement. It smelled more like dirt after rain. At the end was a flat gray metal door. No window, just a plate and a keyhole. Ethan turned, then grinned at us. But his grin looked a bit nervous. He went ahead and knocked 3 times. The knocking echoed down the hallway and came back in a way I didn't like. The sound felt bigger than the space should have allowed. Then Ethan said the line, "Is anyone walking tonight?" Nothing happened for a second. I almost relaxed. I nearly felt stupid for being so tense about it. But then we heard a footstep. It sounded like it was above us, which made no sense as we were on the 4th floor. Then I realized it wasn't above us, it was behind us, in the service hallway, coming from the direction of the door we had just used. Another step, then another. Slow steps, close enough that I could tell it was not the usual building noise. It sounded like someone putting their full weight down on each step. One of the guys whispered, "Stop it." He sounded scared. Nobody had done anything, though. Ethan took a step backward until his shoulder hit the metal door. I could see his throat moving when he swallowed. The footsteps kept coming. They didn't speed up, nor did they slow down. I turned to look down the service hallway toward the door we came in through. But it was empty. There was nowhere someone could hide. It was just a straight hallway. The light did not reach the doorway well, but I could still see the outline. Nobody was there. The footsteps stopped about 10 feet behind us, and the air grew freezing cold. It felt harder to breathe, not because I was choking, but because my body was trying to stay quiet. That's when the bulb in the wire cage flickered and went out. Ethan pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam was shaky. It lit up the cinder block walls and the pipes. That's when I saw the handprints. They were on the wall to our left, wet and dark. They weren't dusty. They had edges. You could see finger shapes. They started at about waist height and continued upward in a staggered line, higher than any of us could reach without standing on something. Ethan whispered, "No." From the metal door in front of us, we heard a scratch. It sounded like nails dragging slowly across paint. Ethan stepped away from the door so fast that he nearly hit me. He swung the flashlight beam around, and it caught more wet marks on the pipes. Then, on the ceiling. I stood there staring at the ceiling, because my brain could not accept what I was seeing. The scratch came again, longer now. Then a voice spoke from behind us. It was quiet, but it wasn't far away. It was close enough to make my skin tighten, and it sounded exactly like the words, "You asked." Nobody moved for a second. Then Ethan grabbed my sleeve and pulled. We turned toward the exit door and started walking fast. We didn't run, and that wasn't bravery. It was fear. None of us wanted to make a mistake that felt like breaking a rule. When we hit the service door and pushed back into the normal hallway, the lights were on and the vending machines were humming. It should have felt normal, but it didn't. Wet footprints had appeared on the carpet outside the service door. Bare footprints. These were not normal. The toes were much too long. The stride between them was too long for a person walking at a normal pace. The prints went straight toward the stairwell door, which was about 20 feet away. Then they did something I still don't know how to explain. They continued up the wall beside the stairwell door. The wet marks went vertical, climbing from the carpet up the painted wall. The last print was near the ceiling, right at the corner where the wall met the ceiling tile. Then they stopped. Ethan stood staring with his phone light pointed at them, and his mouth was wide open. One of the other guys whispered, "I can't," and he started to back away. We went down the stairs. We didn't talk until we got back to our floor. When we got back into my room, everybody went quiet. They could tell by our faces that we were not joking. Ethan held up his phone and said he had an incoming call while we were in the service hallway. It was time-stamped, and there was no number. The screen showed a blank where a number should have been. Nicole even looked pale, and I realized she was not enjoying this. We tried to calm ourselves down by blaming each other, which is what people do. We said someone must have been messing with us. Someone must have planted something. Someone must have poured some water. Someone must have found a way to do that voice. But that doesn't make complete sense. We couldn't figure out how wet, bare footprints could appear and go up a wall. We couldn't figure out where the water smell in the service hallway came from. We could not figure out the handprints. People left after that. Nobody wanted to keep drinking or keep playing anything. Later that night, after the room was quiet and Ethan was sleeping, I heard footsteps above us. We were on the second floor. The footsteps were slow, not stomping. They moved back and forth, covering the same stretch over and over. I lay there staring at the ceiling, counting my breath because I didn't want to move. At some point, I felt something touch my wrist. It was cold, damp. I sat up so fast that I nearly fell off the bed. But there was nothing there. The next morning, I went to the library. I just didn't know what else to do. I ended up in a section that had old campus planning documents and local history junk. I didn't even know our library had that until I started wandering. I had a binder that had maps and project summaries from campus expansion. I flipped through it until I saw a map that showed the area where the dorm had been built. It had a note on it, small and bland, that made my stomach drop. Former settlement site. Cleared. Relocated. There were no details or notes about what relocated meant. I do not know who lived here before us, but I do know that after reading that, I could smell that mud smell again, the one from the service hallway, so I left the library. I put in a transfer to get out of that dorm at the end of the year. As far as I know, plenty of people have stayed there and never had a problem. And most folks probably think that legend is funny and not real. But I believe it. The Echo of a Man, from Somnians. I lost my left hand when I was a kid. I say lost because it's the easiest way to put it without having to explain the whole story every time. It was an accident, and it was stupid, and it was fast, and it changed everything forever. I'm fine now. I've been doing two-handed jobs with one hand for most of my life, so I'm not here for sympathy. But it matters to this story because it affects what I notice and what I don't. And yes, it does take a while to write something like this up. I work at Aldi. I've worked there long enough that most things feel automatic for me. I know where everything is without thinking and what noises are normal, like when the freezer is about to throw a fit, or the way the floor squeaks when you walk on it after it's been mopped. I also know how people act when they come in and want to steal something. I know how people act when they come in because they're lonely or want somewhere warm. This happened 3 years ago. I still think about it sometimes when I'm closing and the store gets that empty feeling. It was late enough that the parking lot was mostly empty and the register area felt too bright compared to the rest of the store. It was one of those super slow nights where it seems like the clock is being lazy. A couple of people had come through and grabbing milk or beer, but that was it. If you've ever worked retail, you know what I mean when I say a slow day. It's not peaceful per se, it's kind of tense in a low-grade way, because you're just waiting for something to happen or half hoping nothing does. Could be a rush 1 minute or nothing. Around that time, a man came in. He didn't come in like a normal customer. He appeared older, maybe late 50s or early 60s, hard to tell. His clothes looked like they'd been slept in, all dirty and worn down. His jacket was too big and hung off of him like it belonged to a much bigger person. His hair was long and thin. He looked relieved to come inside after a long time outside. We get people like that sometimes. I'm not saying that to be cruel, it's just true. A lot of stores have to deal with it. The managers usually want us to discourage loitering. They don't want the store turning into a hangout spot. They don't want customers feeling uncomfortable. There are policies, but the reality is you have to use judgment. If someone comes in and it looks like they might buy something, you give them a little time. If they come in and just wander around or sit down or start to act weird, you have to decide when to step in. This guy came in and moved in a straight line. He walked through the entrance. He didn't look at the seasonal junk or the carts. He headed down the first aisle like he already knew where he wanted to go. He did not glance at the checkout lanes. He did not make eye contact with me. He didn't look around the store either. He walked like he was following instructions, like a pre-planned route. I watched him for a second because he stood out. I told myself it was nothing. People come in with their heads down all the time, so I waited. A few minutes went by, then a few more. The store was empty at the time besides me, one stalker somewhere in the back half, and our manager doing something in the office. It was quiet enough that I could hear the refrigeration units and the faint music overhead. Aldi music always feels like it's being played for nobody. I kept expecting the man to come up and check out with something small. That's usually the way it goes. They grab a soda, something cheap, a snack or a loaf of bread. But this man never came to the checkout. After a while, I started thinking about the other possibility. Sometimes people come in and they steal. Sometimes they come in and just wander because it's warm and bright, and they can pretend for 10 minutes that they're a regular person doing regular shopping. I waited longer than I usually would, because I didn't want to make a big deal if he was actually buying something. I also didn't want to be that employee who jumps on someone just because they look homeless. I've seen some coworkers I will not name do that, and it always feels gross. Most of the time it escalates for no reason. But he had been in there long enough that it was feeling odd. The store wasn't big. You can't wander around in an Aldi for 20 minutes without looping around. So I got up from the register and walked out from behind the lane. I went down the aisle he had gone down. I scanned the lanes between shelves as I walked, but I didn't see him. I went farther back, toward the middle. I checked by the coolers. I checked the aisle where the bread was, and the aisle with the canned stuff. I walked past end caps and looked down each row, but the man wasn't there. I felt a little stupid. I thought maybe he had come up while I was looking away, deciding not to buy anything and left. People do that all the time. I walked back toward the front. The entrance door didn't make its usual sound, and I didn't hear it open. I didn't hear anyone around. The store still felt empty, like it was before he ever came. I got back behind the register and told myself he was just gone. I went back to staring at the lane, waiting for the next customer, thinking about what I still needed to do before close. A couple minutes passed, but then I saw him again. He came in the same way as before. Through the front doors, same speed, straight in a line down the first aisle. He didn't look at me and did not hesitate. I sat up a little straighter because my brain took a second to catch up. My first thought was, did he leave and come back in without me noticing? That is possible. I felt embarrassed a bit, thinking I might have missed him leaving in the first place. The door is very visible from the register, but you get distracted sometimes. You look down, you look at your screen, you zone out. Still, the way he entered again this time bothered me. I mean, people don't usually enter twice in a row with the same exact routine, unless they're doing something, or maybe they forgot something. I watched him go down the aisle again. I told myself this time I would keep a better eye out. I still didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I'm not going to call my manager over a guy walking back in. He disappeared into the aisles again, and once more he never came to the checkout. This time I didn't wait as long. I gave it a few minutes, then I stepped out. I didn't feel angry, I just felt, I don't know, strange, uneasy. I didn't like the way he was going in the store, not making a sound, being hidden. The idea I was in here with someone else that I couldn't locate was kind of uncomfortable. I walked down the same aisle he had gone down. I got to the point where the aisle opens up into the cross aisle, and I looked left and right. I then saw him ahead of me, near the middle of an aisle. It was a quick glimpse, but it was him, Same jacket, same hair, and the same posture. He moved past the end of the aisle and out of my sight. I decided to follow. I wasn't chasing him, I was walking at a normal pace. I wanted to see where he was going, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't doing something in the back of the store that he shouldn't have been. I turned into the aisle right after he passed through. He was gone. That aisle had no customers, and it was just a straight side line. The shelves were full height, but you could still see down it. But there was no one at the far end. He hadn't gone out the other side because I would have seen him cross the opening. I stopped and stood there, looking. This wasn't making sense. I checked the next aisle, then the one after that. I walked to the end of the aisle and looked into the cross aisle. No man, no movement, no sound. At this point, I could feel my face getting hot. I felt stupid again, but this was a different kind of stupid. It was the feeling you get when something simple should have an explanation, and you can't find one. I went back to the front and sat down behind the register. I didn't tell anyone yet. I tried to talk myself down. I must have missed him slipping into another aisle, or he doubled back. He left without me noticing, somehow, again. Maybe he was leaving through the back, even though that part wasn't open to the customers. But anxious brains invent possibilities. The store stayed empty. No customers came in for a while. The stalker was still doing his thing in the back, and I could hear boxes shifting sometimes. Besides that, it was quiet again. About an hour later, the same man came in a third time, and I kid you not, he had the exact same look, movement, direction, head down, everything. It was less like the same man coming in a third time and more like a video being played on repeat. No alteration, no difference in the way he walked in. I was flabbergasted. This time I felt my heart quicken. I put my hand on the counter and gripped it, needing to ground myself. I watched him go, and it didn't feel real. I waited, not moving from my spot, and I sat there for several minutes. But the man never came to the checkout. Then I decided to stand up on the counter. I was desperate to know what this man was doing, how he kept getting away. He had not come back out yet. I knew that for a fact. I'd been keeping a close eye on the entrance. When I stood on that counter and got on my tiptoes, I could see over every aisle. The man was not in the store. Immediately I went to the manager, and I called out for him. When he didn't answer my call, I called out to the stalker. He was the one to come up first. For a moment he looked annoyed. Not at me exactly, but at the idea of extra drama late at night, when we were nearly closed. Then he saw my face, and his reaction became different. I was not calm at this time. I was trying to be calm, but something else was coming through, I'm sure of it. Without using the word ghost or glitch or anything, I began to explain to him what was going on. The manager showed up mid-explanation, so I started over. I said a guy who looked homeless kept coming in, walking down the same aisle, walking the same way, but never coming out. And it kept happening again and again and again. The manager told me to go take a smoke break. He said he would handle the register and the stalker would keep an eye out. He felt empathetic, not making fun of me, not annoyed, and that really helped me. He could tell I was rattled. I took him up on the offer. I went outside for a 15-minute smoke break. I needed the air. I know it's an oxymoron, smoking and getting air. Anyway, I stood by the side of the building where employees usually go. The parking lot was mostly empty. The rain had slowed down, but everything was wet, and the lights made the asphalt shiny. I was trying to get my breathing back to normal, trying to settle back on the idea that I was just overreacting. I kept replaying it in my head, thinking about the aisle where he vanished. How I would lose sight of him and never hear anything. No entrance, no exit, no little chime, no footsteps. This guy was either a ghost or a ninja. About 10 minutes into my break, the stalker came running outside. He looked startled. He was usually a laid-back guy, older than me. Not fearless, but not really caring about what happens. Beyond that, he's seen a lot in retail over the years. He looked me square in the eyes and said, "I saw him too. 4 times. And he never left." I stared at him, my brain wanting to reject what he just said. Eventually I replied, "Wait, what?" "The guy you described. He came in, I never saw him leave, and then he just kept coming in 3 more times." He explained how after I walked away for the break, he took over watching the store and the manager was at the register, so there were 2 sets of eyes on the store. We went back inside together. The manager was still at the register. The manager's face looked tight, or maybe tense is the better word. He asked if either of us had seen the man. We shook our heads, meaning if he was still in here, and I doubted he was, we hadn't seen him. The 3 of us searched the entire store, every aisle. We checked the back area that customers aren't supposed to go into. We checked the bathrooms, behind pallets and displays, and those weird little corners where someone could hide if they wanted to be a problem. And yet, after a full deep dive, there was no man. We finished closing like normal. There was nothing else we could do. The manager locked the doors, and we did our routine. And yet, I kept expecting the man to appear again. Thankfully, he didn't. When we left, the parking lot was still empty. Now, after all this, I don't really have a theory that makes me feel content. If he was real, a person, a human, I mean, maybe we all missed something obvious. Or maybe it was something not so human that played a trick on 3 tired employees in a bright, empty store. Never speak to them. From No Name. I worked for a certain tribal school for 6 years as a groundskeeper. It's on the reservation I grew up in. If you know anything about this part of the country, down in the Southwest, you know the land out here holds things that don't like to be talked about. My job is to keep the grounds clean and maintain the fields, fix what needs fixed up, make sure the place is clean and safe for the kids. Most of my work happens after the school day ends. The kids clear out around 3:30, the teachers trickle out by 4:30 or 5, then it's just me until I finish up. Usually takes me till around 7, but that depends heavily on the season. My favorite part of the job is the quiet. Again, I grew up here, so the desert and the tree line at the edge of the property don't bother me. Well, they didn't used to. What I'm about to tell you happened not too long ago. I've thought about sharing it since then, but I kept talking myself out of it. I didn't really feel like putting it into words. My grandmother says that talking about these things gives them power, gives them a way to find you again, and that scares the bejesus out of me. But I'll be moving soon, and I think people need to be warned. You shouldn't make the same mistake that I did. It was a Thursday when I check the athletic equipment to make sure the basketball courts are clear of debris before the weekend. The courts are at the far east end of the school property, right where the maintained grass gives way to brush and woods. It's maybe 200 yards from the main building to the courts, and another 50 yards from the courts to the tree line. That evening, there was a mist rolling in from the hills. It happens when the temperature drops fast after a warm day. The sun was getting low, and that time of day is usually beautiful. But that night, the mist made everything feel creepy. I remember it being very, very quiet. Not even wind that night. It was so quiet, I heard nothing but my ears ringing. I was picking up trash near the bleachers when I saw it. I thought it was a kid. There was a small shape stepping out from the tree line, about 30 yards into the mist. A silhouette, really. I couldn't make out much more detail than that. Just this outline of what looked to be a child. Small, probably the size of a 7 or 8-year-old kid. I was thinking that one of the students had stayed behind and wandered off. I've had kids hide in the bathroom after school hours. Some have snuck off and fallen asleep, waking up well after the day had ended. They're often confused when everyone's gone. So I didn't panic. I set down my trash bag and started walking toward the courts. I called out to it. "Hey, what are you doing out there?" The silhouette reacted to my words, stopping instantly. I kept going. "School's over, buddy. You need to come back. I can call someone to pick you up." And then it laughed. I could never describe that sound in a way that makes you truly understand it, but I can say it was like a kid's laugh, a bit high-pitched and light, but it bounced around like it was coming from everywhere, from the woods, from behind me, from inside my own head. And underneath that laugh was something else, like a second, lower sound that reminded me of breathing or growling. Every hair on my body stood up. I stopped walking. I even stopped breathing for a moment. Because at that second, I remembered every story my grandmother ever told me, every warning from my elders, all the pieces of folklore I'd brushed off as superstition when I was younger, when I thought I knew better than everyone else. You don't speak to them. You do not acknowledge them. You don't give them your attention, because your attention is an invitation. And I had just called out to it twice. The silhouette stood there for another few seconds. I couldn't see its face, couldn't see anything but that small dark shape against the gray mist. Then, slowly, it turned and walked back into the woods. I stood frozen until it disappeared completely into the trees. When I could finally move again, I walked back to the main building as quickly as I could. I had about an hour left on my shift. I spent it inside the building, finding busy work in the hallways and the gym. I mopped floors that didn't need any more mopping, and I checked locks that were already locked. Anything I could do to stay inside, stay in the light, stay away from the windows that faced the tree line. The whole time I felt watched. You can call it paranoia, but it felt more like knowing, like I knew something was coming or waiting. By the time 7 p.m. came around, the sun was almost completely down. The parking lot had one working light, and it barely covered a quarter of the gravel lot. My stupid self had parked the truck near the far end. I always leave the closer spots for teachers and visitors to be nice, but that day I regretted it. I walked to my truck with my keys in hand. I didn't dare look at the tree line. I kept my eyes straight ahead. I got to my truck door, unlocked it, and climbed in. Then I pulled the door shut behind me. And the second I did that, something landed on the roof of my truck. The entire vehicle rocked. The impact was so hard I thought the roof might cave in. I yelled, and I slammed my hand down on the lock button so hard I thought I broke it. Then the other sounds started. Scraping, clawing sounds, like something with long, hard nails trying to dig through the metal above my head. I could hear it moving and shifting its weight, dragging something sharp across the roof in long strokes. It wasn't frantic. It was steady, just working its way through. I couldn't even move. I sat there with my hands locked on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead, too scared to even turn my head. I thought about just starting the truck and flooring it, but I couldn't even move my hands towards the ignition. Then I thought about my phone. Could I call someone? What could they even do? And wouldn't that require further acknowledgement? Suddenly, the scraping stopped. For a few seconds, there was nothing, just silence and my own breathing. Then I heard it move to the front of the truck. The hood dipped slightly under its weight. It was right there, right on the other side of the windshield, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. Just a shape, a mass. I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't help it. I didn't want to see it. I was just too scared. I was shaking so hard that now I was shaking the truck. Or maybe it was still the thing moving. I couldn't tell. Suddenly, it jumped. I heard it leave the hood with a sound like a coiled spring releasing. My eyes flew open just in time to see something land in the gravel about 20 feet ahead of my truck. It was lit for a moment by the distant parking lot light. Primarily what I saw were legs. Legs that were extremely long and thin, unrealistically so, bent backward, like an exaggerated version of dogs' legs. They were much too thin and bony looking to even be able to walk. And yet it moved, bounding and leaping and covering ground faster than anything I'd seen move at that size. It was gone into the darkness in less than 2 seconds. I sat in that truck for about 20 minutes before I could make myself turn the key. I drove home, going 20 over, and I kept every light in the cab on. When I got home, I didn't get out of the truck until my brother came outside to see why I was just sitting in the driveway. I told him I was okay, but I didn't tell him what happened, not until after I went to see my grandmother the following day. I asked her to pray with me, and she knew without having to ask. I still work at that school. It's not a job I can afford to quit, but I don't stay past sundown anymore, and I never stare towards the tree line for too long. Some things don't need your attention, and some things, once you give it to them, don't forget. What the heck was this? From Boss M.O. I'm a firefighter. Last August, in the middle of a bad fire year, we'd just come back from 9 straight days on a Type 2 assignment. The other 3 guys on my crew were out cold by 9 p.m., sprawled in the bunk room at our suppression crew station in Northern California. I've never been able to sleep right after a deployment. Too much adrenaline and too many days of irregular hours. So I was sitting in the kitchen with the lights off, scrolling through my phone and drinking water. My way of winding down. The 2-bay garage was open to the night, because it always was in the summer. The building doesn't have AC, and the bays turn into ovens otherwise. Around 11:30, I heard something from the garage. It sounded like a whisper. Specifically, it sounded like someone going, "Psst," like someone was trying to get my attention. I figured one of the guys had woke up and actually needed my attention on the down low. So I walked through the doorway into the first bay. Both engines were sitting there, gear hung on the racks, everything in their place. The garage door was open to the night, and I could see the gravel apron and the tree line beyond. Psst. It came from outside, just around the corner of the building, past where the floodlight reaches. I stepped out onto the apron. The air was still smoky from the fires to the north. I couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" I said, not too loud, but to be honest, I'm not sure why I was keeping my voice down out here. There was nothing at first, until, "Psst, over here." Now, it sounded like words, and yet it did not sound like speech. Imagine how a lyrebird mimics noises. It can sound like an almost perfect imitation, but you can tell that it doesn't come from the actual source. That's the best I can do to describe it. It was coming from the far corner of the building where the brush starts. I walked toward it, and everything, I noticed, was dead silent. I was about 15 feet from the corner when something moved in the brush ahead. Something big. Big enough that the bushes parted and swayed, like something heavy had just passed through. I stopped walking. I could hear it settling in there, branches creaking, and then it went still. "Psst, over here." The sound came from inside the brush, about 10 feet from me, low to the ground, but not low enough. Whatever was making that sound, it was right there, hidden, waiting, and wanting me to come closer. Never in my life has every hair on my body stood up all at once, but it did then. And every cell that made me up was screaming at me not to run, but to go back inside, calmly as I could. So I started to back up, one step at a time, never turning around, until I hit the gravel apron and the floodlight was on me again. Then I went inside and pulled down the garage doors, and I sat in the kitchen until sunrise. Later on, I told the guys about this, but they joked about it and poked fun at me for getting scared of a mountain lion or a bear. Doesn't matter. I don't sit in the kitchen with the garage doors open at night anymore. A series of stories from Rosie's Choices. I got myself into babysitting and got really popular among the neighborhoods. All the popular parks, clubs, and local stores. I usually get evening calls for parents who need a night out, but occasionally I get called during the days. Here are some stories I've collected. I babysat a little one that I'll call Alex. Alex was a toddler and didn't know how to speak clearly yet. It was during the day and they woke up from their afternoon slumbers. We decided to go to the park. Fortunately for us, there were other children Alex's age at the park. We took some toys and the children were having fun. This park was a cute little place, just down the street from the house. I like to use this park whenever I babysit in the area. This park is divided by a standard metal fence, like the ones you see in the baseball batting cages. On the other side of that was a house. The first few times we went there, I didn't think much of the house. Maybe that I'd hate all the park noise sometimes, if I'd lived there. The more I sat across from that house, the more it creeped me out, though. I didn't say anything to anyone about that. If I talked to a parent, it's just playground banter. If it's with kids, it's sandbox banter. There was a small window on the top floor of the house. The lights were always off there, or at least very dimly lit. You could almost see the dark wallpaper with a few picture frames on the walls. On that day, Alex was happily throwing a ball against the fence. I was encouraging them to throw the ball higher. They were trying, then suddenly stopped. Slowly, they looked up at the window and pointed, then began to cry. I held them and consoled them, trying to figure out what happened. The window that they pointed at, there was nothing there. That room was dark. The crying started to worsen, so I carried them to the bench to go somewhere else, to get away from the house. Other parents also saw the sudden stop and pointing. They came over and told me that that house always creeped them out too. But admittedly, they didn't want to sound crazy, so they hadn't said anything until now. One other nanny came with us to a local children's store to look at some toys and books. She told me to be careful. Kids are more vulnerable to certain things. We never know how, if, or when they'll come into contact with unexplainable things. I worked at a private residence for the first time. I was there for a week to cover their sitter's vacation. They were coming back from a family trip and asked me to come in the day before to collect the keys and get a tour. I met the house manager. She showed me the routine, the nursery, and the child's bedroom. This particular family was very detailed and had a routine. I felt very unsettled for some reason, but I blamed it on nerves. But even that was odd for me because I've babysat for ages, and I usually didn't get nervous like this. We stood by the doorway of the nursery. She asked me, "How are you feeling so far? Are you getting it?" I replied, "Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. I think I've got it. Guess I'm just a little nervous at a new house." "No, it's definitely the house. This particular part of the house is worse. You'll see," she replied. "Oh, can't wait," I laughed. Then she stopped me. "To put it bluntly, there's like this old man spirit here. He's grumpy, but he loves kids, never harms kids. But the adults he likes to bother. He might play some tricks on you." She looked at me intently. I looked back, waiting for the joke to reveal itself. But she was serious. I laughed anyway. I haven't noticed anything yet. I guess he's feeling me out so far, huh? We both smirked a little, and I said my goodbyes before leaving. When my first shift started, I did what was on the agenda. to set up the nursery for maximum exploration. It was such a beautiful morning. As I was pulling up the blinds, a toy on the opposite side of the room fell on the floor from a shelf. I looked around and even poked my head outside the door. No one there. I noticed, too, that the lights often flickered, which was odd considering it was a newer house. When I asked the housekeeper and the chef, they mentioned things like that often happened in that particular part of the house. They said I should be thankful it's only a week-long contract. Experiencing toy dropping, things going missing, and lights flickering was enough for a lifetime. A friend of mine needed to leave for a while for a personal emergency, and I stayed over to take care of their kids and their house for a bit. The oldest took care of themselves, and the youngest was 3 and full of energy. The grandparents came over for the weekends. They gave me the weekend to settle in since this was very last minute, and the grandparents didn't have the energy to do it for that long. They went out for the day, and they said they may come back late. I've known this 3-year-old since he was in the mommy's tummy. I've hit the auntie status. He was so excited that I would be staying with him. This was during the winter time. It got dark before 6 p.m. I was listening to a podcast, settling into my bedroom. I had the door open, and in the corner of my room I saw a shadow running into the closet. I snuck in and said, "Boo!" but there was no one in there. I walked out of the room and walked around the house. There wasn't anyone home. I haven't told my friends to this day, and I haven't taken any babysitting gigs for them at their house. When the walls of your work speak. From Anonymous. When it comes to Wendigos, skinwalkers, and paranormal activity, I think they attach themselves to those who are more sensitive to that stuff. But I haven't had too many experiences with them. I work for a company in an office building downtown in a busy city. We have a small team of workers, so we get along pretty well. With how our office is set up, I ended up in an office with a walk-in storage closet, while most of the others had smaller closets. I let a few people use my closet as I didn't need all that space. I also have a open door policy as long as I'm not in a meeting, and I lock up all the important files. As a note, these names have been changed for anonymity. Kyle is the type of person who could easily make people laugh. A few years ago, he started to pull little pranks, and we pay it back to him. Nothing that would hurt someone, though. Even our boss gets into it. Kyle is one of the few who keeps some of his work items in my closet. During winters, when it gets dark early, I only turn on yellow light lamps, because office lights tend to give me a headache. One night while we were getting ready to leave, I had my back against the door, while some of my colleagues were putting stuff away in my closet. I heard this little giggle that sounded like Kyle. I turned around, saying, "Kyle, what are you up to in there? You better not be messing up my closet." I didn't hear anything, so I went in the closet and no one was there. I chalked it up to Kyle possibly talking nearby my office somewhere. As I was closing my closet, in the corner of my eye, I saw this shadow run out of my office. This shadow was too clear to be mistaken for my eyes playing tricks. I looked out of my office and there was only Sarah, who was at the end of the hallway locking up her office. She saw me as she began to walk down. She asked, "Are you okay?" Did you see Kyle? I think he's playing with me," I said with a laugh. "Oh, he left a little early today." "Why, what did he do?" She asked with a smile, like she suspected another prank story. "Really? I don't want to sound crazy, but..." "But what? What happened?" She sounded concerned now. "I heard a giggle in my closet. It sounded like him. Then this shadow ran out. That's why I poked my head out of my office just now. I thought I'd see him," I said. She looked at me like she didn't really believe me, then said, "Probably lights playing tricks on you, or he's gotten you on edge. But no, he's not here right now." She waited for me to grab my bags and we left together. A few weeks later, I went to our community workstation with an armful of stuff and forgot my ID badge, which works as a card key to enter certain areas of the office. I asked Kyle, who was walking past my office at the moment, if he could grab my badge from my desk for me. He came out and told me that it wasn't there. At first, I thought he was playing around and laughed. "Kyle, are you being serious?" He replied, "Yeah, there's no badge on your desk. All seriousness." I went back and it really wasn't on my desk. I remember taking it off to readjust my clothes and leaving it on my desk. I checked my bags, the floor, my drawer, the closet, my jacket pockets, and retraced my steps where I'd been in my office. I know it had to be in my office somewhere. I had just used it before this. I couldn't find it all morning, so I let management know it had gotten lost. Everyone asked Kyle if he took it, and he said he really hadn't touched it, and that he wouldn't go as far as to ruin someone else's work, which is true. He hasn't done anything that could jeopardize people's work. For the rest of the day, I'd been locking my office door whenever I left. A few of us went out for lunch, and when I went back to my desk, it was sitting exactly where I'd left it when I first took it off. I asked the office manager, Candace, if she or our boss dropped it off while we were out. She said that no one had been in my office since we left, at least not to her knowledge. But she was in the bullpen since we left, and no one went in. Candace and our boss would be the only ones who would have the key to my office. I told Sarah and Kyle about where I found it. They seemed genuinely as dumbfounded as I was, because we were looking for it together. About a week after that, I noticed how things shifted around my office. Except it's not just my office. Others were experiencing it as well. I've been in this company and this office long enough to know all the normal sounds that it makes. It started with a pile of folders behind me. It slid as if something bumped into it when nothing had. Things would fall off the shelves in my closet when they never had before. A coworker I share a wall with, it once sounded like he threw something or punched the wall we shared. When I went to check in on him, his shelf had fallen, and a few things fell that made those sounds out of the blue. Sarah and Kyle also mentioned how some things are always slightly off. Kyle accused us jokingly that we moved his stapler under his desk as a joke, when we hadn't. Sarah mentioned she would find her lunch bag under her desk all the time, when she normally places it on the counter behind her. We thought it was just one-off experiences, or that we were pulling jokes on each other. But now we are experiencing things together still, like sometimes we hear tapping on our walls, as if someone is knocking on our door, or someone is moving stuff around us. We often get college interns or high school students as volunteers. It's not weird to get assigned interns every college semester. On my intern Fiona's first day, she was brought to my office around 9 a.m. After we got acquainted, I gave her a desk in my office, and we went on a tour. I noticed she was quiet, maybe shy in nature. I didn't think too much of it when she didn't say much, as I'm also an introvert. I can be a person of few words sometimes. I assigned her to read over our manual. I noticed she kept her jacket and her backpack on the whole time. I told her she was welcome to get comfortable. She could hang her jacket in my closet. It's relatively safe, I told her. She could use a locking drawer as her locker too, and she said she was fine. A while later, she told me that she was done with our manual. I gave her easy first day tasks, mostly to get her familiar with the office layout. One of those tasks was to take some documents to the boss's office, which was at the other end of the office. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I didn't see her. I called my boss and asked if she got there all right to drop off the documents. He said that he got them about 10 minutes ago. I texted and called her, but there wasn't a response. I decided to take a walk around the office, in case she'd gotten herself lost. I was talking to one of my colleagues when I noticed Fiona turning into the hallway to the washroom and emergency staircase. I excused myself and headed to that hallway. When I got closer, I called her name. "Fiona!" I didn't get a response. I opened the emergency exit door. I didn't hear anyone on the staircase, but I still called out again. "Fiona!" Still no response. I was heading back to the hall to check the washroom when I saw her coming out of the washroom. "Hey, Fiona!" She didn't even flinch or turn. She just turned toward the corner, away from my office. When I also turned the corner, she wasn't there anymore. There wasn't anywhere she could go from there other than other offices. If she wanted to leave, she'd need to wait for the elevators. Kyle, who was standing in front of his office, asked what I was doing. "Have you seen Fiona, my intern? She's wearing her jacket and her bag still," I asked. "Yeah, I saw her turn the corner and I haven't seen her since," he said jokingly. "Did you make her feel so miserable that she just left?" "Ha ha, Kyle," I said while going back to my office. I approached Candace. "Did you see Fiona, my intern?" "I saw her going into the kitchen. I followed her in there to show her how the kitchen works. But when I went in, she wasn't there. And I swear I saw her going in, but not coming out." She looked at me, puzzled. "There's only one way in and out of that kitchen. Candace is really strict about how organized and clean our work kitchen is. If anyone even breathes towards the kitchen, Candace would know about it. So I know she was as lost as I was about it." I put a work blast out, asking to direct my intern towards me when they saw her. A few minutes later, Candace came in, saying that her school had contacted us. She was out of her intern program. The receptionist said she signed out without saying anything or making eye contact. Sarah also mentioned how she would see her one second and not the next when we were talking about how strange it was. Our office is a big rectangle with a small hallway with the washroom and emergency exit. A person would have to deliberately sneak around to be hidden like that. I understand that all these could have logical reasoning or seem fake, but these are just some weird experiences among many, or you just have to be there to experience it. I'm only sharing because I ran out of logical explanations. My DoorDash creep, from Whale Shell, 19X. I started doing DoorDash about 2 years ago to make some extra money on top of my usual job. I would usually dash in the evenings after work, about 3 or 4 nights a week, depending on how I feel. I know my area pretty well at this point, which restaurants are fast and which ones will have you waiting 20 minutes for a sealed bag. And I know which neighborhoods tip well. I'm not saying this to brag about it, but to tell you that when something feels off in my routine, I notice it pretty quick. I had just started picking up more shifts leading into the holidays. I got this order around 8:30 p.m. for a Thai place I pick up from regularly. Good restaurant, usually quick. The order itself was normal, about $40 worth of food. The delivery address was in a neighborhood I'd been to a handful of times, some older apartments. Not sketchy though, just quiet. When I pulled up, the building didn't have much great lighting out front. The instructions said to come to the 3rd floor and hand it to them directly. I don't love hand-it-to-me orders at night, but it's part of the job. I grabbed the bag and went up. The hallway on the 3rd floor was dim. None of the lights were broken or missing. They were just all super dim, and the place smelled like old carpet. I got to the door and began to knock. There was no response at all for about 30 seconds. So I knocked again. I could hear movement inside now, like someone shuffling, but still no one came to the door. I was about to just leave it and take a photo when the door opened maybe 4 inches. They didn't have a chain, I noticed. They just cracked it open barely enough to see a sliver of face. It was a man, seemed to be in his mid-40s. He didn't say a word. He stared at me through that little crack. "Hey, I've got your DoorDash order," I said, holding the bag back up. He didn't reach for it, but he did keep staring. At me, not the bag. After what felt like ages, but was probably 5 seconds, he opened the door a little wider and took the bag without a word. He didn't close the door right away either. I said, "Have a good night," and I turned around. and began to walk back down the hallway. But even then, I could still feel that he was standing there. I didn't want to look back. I got in my car and left. I rated the delivery as weird in my head and moved on. That's the thing about this job. You meet all kinds of people, and most of the awkward ones are just socially off. It doesn't always mean more than that. About a week later, I was doing a delivery in a completely different part of town. I had just dropped off an order at a house and was walking back to my car when I noticed a dark sedan parked across the street with its headlights off. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat, though. I could tell. I wouldn't have thought twice about it, except that when I pulled away, the sedan pulled out behind me. Coincidence, I hoped. It followed me, though, for about 6 turns before I told myself I was being paranoid again, and it turned off. But this happened again about 3 days later. It was a different neighborhood, the same dark sedan, though. I was picking up from a burger place, and when I came out with the order, I saw it parked in the lot. I couldn't see the driver clearly, but someone was in there. I did my delivery, and even took a weird route home, turning randomly through side streets. I didn't see the car again that night, but something in my gut wouldn't let me relax. Over the next 2 weeks, I saw that sedan at least 5 more times, always during my dashes, always parked somewhere nearby, but never directly behind me for long. It was like whoever it was knew my general area, but not my exact route. So I started changing things up, like when and where I dashed. I'd skip nights or drive to a zone 20 minutes away. For a few days, I didn't see it, and thought maybe I'd been overthinking it. But then I came home one night after a shift, and my apartment door was unlocked. But I know I locked it before I left. I always lock it. I live alone, and locking the door is just automatic to me. I stood in the doorway for a minute and listened. Nothing. I walked through every room slowly, checking the closets, checking behind the shower curtain, but there was no one there. However, things were slightly off. A drawer in my kitchen was open about an inch. One of my couch cushions was shifted too, and my bedroom window, which I never opened, was now unlocked. Sure, none of it was dramatic enough to call the police over. Nothing was missing or broken, but I knew someone had been in my apartment. I decided to install a cheap camera inside my apartment the next day. I pointed it at the front door. I also began writing down every time I saw the sedan, the date, the time, the location, and anything else I could note. I told my friend Maddie about everything. He said I should go to the police anyway, but still I felt like I'd be wasting their time, like I didn't have enough evidence. At this point, it was just a car I kept seeing, and an unlocked door one time. They would think I was losing it. 2 days after the camera went up, I checked the footage after a shift. There it was. About 2 hours into my dash, someone opened my front door, walked in, and stood in my living room for about a minute, before walking back out. The camera quality wasn't that great, but it was clearly a man, average build, wearing a hoodie and a ball cap. He didn't take anything. He seemed to just stand there and look around for a moment. It was like he was checking if I was home, and he looked comfortable doing it. I went to the police that night. I showed them the footage, my notes, and everything, and they took my report. They told me they'd look into it, and to call if anything escalated. They also told me to consider changing my locks, which I did the next morning. But honestly, their response did not make me feel much safer. A report is just paper. I kept door dashing, but truthfully, I was on edge every single night. I would check my mirrors all the time. I would sit in my car for a few minutes before going inside, watching the street. The sedan showed up twice more over the next week. Once near a Chick-fil-A I pick up from a lot, and once parked on my street. On my street. That made me feel very sick. I called the police again about the car being on my street. They sent someone to patrol the area, and by the time they got there, the car was long gone. I followed up on the report twice, but nothing came of it. There were no leads or plates they could run, nothing they could do. I had to break my lease to move to a different apartment across town the following month. I didn't tell anyone the new address except Maddie and my family. I changed my dashing zones completely, and I stopped dashing at night for a long time, only doing lunch shifts on weekends. It felt like I was starting over, and I hated that. I was angry about it. It's been about 5 months now, and I have yet to see the sedan again. I haven't had any signs of someone being in my apartment either. I did eventually go back to evening dashes, just in different areas. I don't know who this guy was, or what his problem with me was, but I'm glad it's over, for now. The most unsettling man I've ever met. From Piece of Reese. I'm going to keep this vague on purpose. I won't be naming the facility, the state, or the man. People I work with know this story, and they'll know it's me writing this. But I'm not putting details out there that could come back on my career. I've been in corrections for going on 11 years, county level, and after that much time you see a lot, and you've heard a lot. Most of it you forget because you have to. But this one I can't forget, even though I've tried. We process a high volume of people. DUIs, domestics, warrants, the usual rotation. You learn real fast not to take anything personally in here. These guys will say the worst things imaginable to you because they're angry and drunk and sometimes scared. But it rolls off. That's the job. But every now and then you get someone who unsettles you in a way that has nothing to do with what they did on the outside. It's something about how they carry themselves on the inside. He came in on a Tuesday night. I was working intake. The charge was aggravated assault, which we get plenty of, so nothing about the booking stood out on paper. Arresting officers brought him in, and he seemed cooperative. He was polite even. That's not unusual either. Plenty of people are calm during booking because the adrenaline is gone and reality is setting in. But this wasn't the same as that. He wasn't calm like someone defeated. He was cozy, even. Like he'd been there before, except he hadn't. He didn't have any priors. I ran him myself to check. During processing, he made small talk. He asked me how long I'd been doing this, and if I liked it. Normal enough questions, but he asked them more like my doctor asking if it hurts. As if he already had some idea and wanted to see if I'd confirm it. I gave him short answers and moved him along. He looked me right in the eyes the entire time. There was no ounce of anger or hatred or anything. He just locked in, like he was trying to read me. A little weird, but fine. When I walked him to his holding cell, he said to me, "You're gonna have a rough time tonight. Not because of me. Someone on B block is going to give you problems around 2:15. A medical issue. You should check on him before that." He said it so casually, like telling me the weather's gonna get bad or that there's traffic on the highway. I said something like, "All right, thanks for the heads up." I was being sarcastic. At about 2:10, an inmate on B block had a seizure. He'd never had a seizure before in his life, nothing in his medical history. I wasn't even on B block. I heard it on the radio. I stood there for a second and felt every hair on my arms stand up. Then I told myself it had to be a coincidence. People have medical emergencies in here all the time. There's no way a man in a holding cell on the other end of the facility would know about this. I put it out of my mind, or I tried to. He was with us for a few days before his hearing. In that time, I interacted with him maybe 4 or 5 more times. Beyond the weirdness, he was a model detainee. No issues with other inmates or with staff. He followed every instruction immediately. But he talked. Not excessively and not loud, he'd just say things. Things that made you stop for half a second too long. I was doing a routine check and he was sitting on his bunk, hands in his lap, totally relaxed. He said then, "How's the daughter doing with the new school?" I don't wear a ring, I don't have photos on me, I have never once discussed my personal life with any inmate ever. I have a daughter, and at the time she had transferred schools about 3 weeks before this. I didn't respond. I kept walking. My hands were shaking a bit, and I was angry. I told my sergeant about the comment. He said the guy probably overheard staff talking or got information from another inmate who knew someone who knew me. That is possible. It's a small area. People talk. But it didn't feel like that, and I couldn't really explain why. The next day I was escorting him to a meeting with his attorney. He was cooperative as usual, walking ahead of me, and out of nowhere he said, "Davis is gonna quit, by the way. Probably by Friday." Davis was a newer CO, a young kid who seemed like he was adjusting fine. He hadn't had any complaints, and we didn't have any of him. I just ignored him, not responding to the comment. Thursday evening, Davis put in his resignation. When someone asked why, he said he'd been thinking about it for a while, and just couldn't do it anymore. He hadn't told anyone he was considering it. Word started to get around among the staff. A couple other COs had their own stories too. One CO said the man told him his wife was going to call him during the shift with good news. And she did, about an hour later. She'd gotten a job offer. Another CO said the man told him to drive safe on Wednesday because of black ice. And that officer ended up hitting a patch on his way home that night, nearly crashing into a ditch. And what gets me is the guy isn't like some kind of mystic sitting there being cryptic and spiritual about it. He was witty and sharp, and he would say these things with a little smirk. He'd work them into normal conversation like it was some joke. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was just a clever guy making lucky guesses. But the accuracy was too consistent, and the details were often too specific. One evening I was doing final count and I stopped at his cell. He was lying on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. Without looking at me, he said, "You're a good man. That's going to make the next few years harder for you than it has to be." I stood there for a while. I so badly wanted to ask what he meant. But I didn't. I then kept on walking. He made bail 2 days later. He walked out as cooperative as he was when he went in, and he was still just as polite. He thanked the processing officer, collected his belongings, and he was gone. I looked up his case a few times after that. The assault charge got pled down. He got probation. He never did come back through our facility. As far as the system is concerned, he's just another name in the database. Eventually, I would tell this story to my wife. She's a nurse and has always been very practical. She said some people are just extremely perceptive and can read micro-expressions, body language, and patterns. A cold reading, she called it. That thing fake psychics would do on TV to impress people. And I get that. And I've thought about that explanation a lot. I mean, it could cover half of it, but it doesn't cover knowing about a seizure on a different block an hour before it happened. And it doesn't cover knowing a CO's wife got a job offer that the CO himself hadn't even known about yet. I've been doing this long enough that I don't spook easily. You can't. This job will eat you alive if you let every strange moment get to you. But I have never encountered anyone like that before or since. It wasn't that he knew things he shouldn't know. That alone I could maybe rationalize. But this man enjoyed it. It was amusing to him. Amusing like small talk. A way to pass the time, telling us these things and watching how we might react. And I still haven't forgotten about the being a good man will make things harder thing he said. Has he been right so far? well, I'm not going to get into that, because I don't even know yet. You might find this man amazing, but I personally never want to see him again. The Pullover, from Ananya. I work about 40 minutes outside the town I live in. Most of my drive is a 2-lane rural highway. For long stretches at a time, there might be no streetlights at all. I pass a few farms, a gas station that closes at 9, and that's about it. I've probably driven through here over 100, maybe even 1,000 times by now. It was around 10:30 p.m. I'd stayed late to finish something up. There was almost nobody on the road at the time, which is normal for that time. About halfway through the drive, though, I noticed headlights behind me. They'd come up pretty fast and were now sitting close to me. They weren't tailgating me yet, but they were closer than you'd expect on an empty road when they could easily just pass. Then the lights started to flash, red and blue, mounted behind the grille. I thought, great, maybe I was going a little fast and didn't notice. I slowed down and pulled onto the shoulder. The car pulled in behind me. I turned on my interior light, and I put the window down, grabbing my license. I sat there waiting. The car just sat there too, the lights still flashing but nobody getting out. After maybe a minute, I started to watch my mirrors more carefully. The car wasn't a cruiser. There was no light bar on top and no markings I could see. It looked like a regular dark SUV with those grille-mounted lights you can buy online. That was the first thing I thought was wrong. Then a figure stepped out. A figure with no uniform, just dark clothes. They had a flashlight and they were shining it low, walking slow. Not the way an officer approaches a vehicle. There was no radio chatter and no spotlight. Just a person walking toward me with his flashlight. My stomach dropped. I looked at the road ahead of me, and then I saw them. There was someone standing on the right side of the road about 50 yards ahead of where I'd pulled over. Just standing there on the edge of the tree line. I could barely make them out, because they appeared to be trying to hide, but the silhouette was clear enough in my headlights. I made a quick decision then. I put my window up, put the car back in drive, and pulled off the shoulder. I heard the person behind me shout something, but I was going. I did not look back at them, but as I passed where the man was hiding in the woods, something hit my car. I think he threw something at me. I floored it and didn't ease off the gas until I was back in town. I called the police when I got home, and they verified that that was not one of theirs. They sent someone out, but didn't find anyone or any vehicle on that stretch. They told me I did the right thing by leaving, and that if someone pulls me over and it doesn't feel right, I'm within my rights to drive to a well-lit public area. The officer I spoke with said they'd had similar reports on rural roads in the county before. These days I take a different route. It's a little longer, but I don't care. I'm not about to be ambushed by some freaks on the road again. I'm a daycare worker. There's something wrong with one of the kids. From JCL. As a daycare worker, you love your kids, especially the longer you're around them. But there's something that happened over the course of a few months that I still can't make sense of. We had this little girl in our program named Nora. She was 3 when she started. She was a very sweet kid, very imaginative. She talked a mile a minute, and her mom was great. She was always on time for pickup and packed good lunches, always asking how Nora's day was with actual interest. It seemed like a normal, loving family, at least from everything I could see. Now, Nora had a habit of talking to herself during free play. Nothing crazy for her age. Kids often have imaginary friends. They might narrate what they're doing, or even have full conversations with just stuffed animals. That's healthy, normal stuff. But after a few weeks, I started to notice that Nora's conversations had a consistency to them that stood out. It wasn't babbling. She would talk about specific things, and she left spaces for responses, and she would laugh at things that no one said. She'd set out 2 plates during pretend kitchen, always 2, and say, "Here you go, Callie." I asked her once during snack time, "Who's Callie, sweetheart?" "My sister," she said. I didn't think much beyond that. Nora was an only child according to our information. Kids invent siblings all the time. I just said, "Oh, that's nice," and I went on with my day. Over the next few weeks, Callie came up more and more. Nora would get upset if another child sat in a specific chair at her table, because that's where Callie sits. During nap time, she'd scoot over on her mat and whisper. One afternoon, I heard her say, "Callie, stop, you're cold." She didn't seem scared, just annoyed. My coworker, Diane, noticed it too. She mentioned that Nora had told her Callie doesn't go home with her, that Callie stays here. That's when the weird feeling about this whole situation started. Imaginary friends usually follow their kid everywhere. This one apparently lived at the daycare. I brought it up casually with Nora's mom at pickup one day. I said Nora had been playing with an imaginary friend named Callie, and that I thought it was quite cute. But her mom's face did something I can't fully describe. It didn't fall exactly, but it kind of froze. She recovered quick and smiled, saying, "Oh, she's got quite the imagination." She changed the subject to what Nora had for lunch and left. It was fast. Too fast. I let it go. It wasn't my place to push. Things got stranger after that. Not with Nora, but with the daycare itself. Toys would be out in the morning when I opened up, and I don't mean messed up or scattered. They appeared carefully placed, as if a kid had been playing with them and left them out neatly. There would be a few crayons on the table, a picture book open on the floor, the toy kitchen set with a pot on the little stove. I assumed the closing staff just missed them during cleanup, but when I asked, they swore everything was put away. Our closing checklist is thorough. Every bin gets checked, every surface gets wiped. This happened 3 times in 1 week, and by the 3rd time I began to take photos of how I left the room at close, comparing them to what I found in the morning. Things were being moved. I knew for sure now. Diane started to feel uneasy too. She told me that during nap time one afternoon, she counted the kids on the mats and got 21. She counted again and got 20. She said she was probably just tired, but she looked rattled telling me about it. Then there was the night that changed everything for me. We had a parent event one evening, a sort of open house, so families could see the classroom and meet each other. It wrapped up around 7:30. Afterwards, I stayed behind to clean up and reset the room. Diane had already left. The building was empty at the time. I had the lights on in the main room and the hallway, but the rest of the building was dark. I was wiping down tables when I heard a giggling sound from the hallway that leads to the bathrooms. It was clearly a child's laugh. Clear and close, no mistaking it. Someone was in the building with me. I stopped and listened, but I didn't hear anything else just yet. I told myself it had to just be pipes or the building settling somehow, maybe my brain playing tricks. I went back to cleaning, but then I heard it again, this time closer, right around the corner. I walked to the hallway. The lights were on, but the bathroom doors were open and dark inside. I looked down the hall. There was nobody there, but the air felt different, heavier even, and much colder. I turned back toward the main room, and I saw her. There was a child standing in the far corner of the classroom near the toy kitchen. A little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old. She was standing there facing the kitchen set, like she was in the middle of playing. She had dark hair, and she was wearing what looked like a light-colored dress, but there was something wrong. She was incredibly still, absolutely motionless. Kids that age don't sit that still. They shift and fidget and run around, but this child was motionless. I couldn't move. I stood there with a wet rag in my hand and simply stared at this child that shouldn't be there. My chest was so tight, I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Eventually, I said, "Hello?" And my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. She turned her head towards me, just her head, slowly. Her face was pale, and her eyes were open, looking right at me now. But behind those eyes there was nothing. No anger or sadness, just nothingness. I dropped the rag and grabbed my keys and my bag, and I left. I ran to my car and called Diane, telling her everything. She said to me that she believed me. The next morning I called our director, and I told her what happened. She's a kind but practical woman. She said it was probably a shadow or exhaustion from the event. I wasn't going to argue with my boss. About a week later, I looked something up that I probably shouldn't have. Nora's enrollment file had her mother's full name. I searched online for the family, and I eventually found something. An obituary from a few years before Nora was born. A baby girl, and her name was Callie. She had died at 11 months. The cause of death was not listed. I never said anything to Nora's mom, and I'm not going to. That poor woman lost a child, and whatever is happening at the daycare isn't hurting anyone. Nora's not scared. She talks to her sister like it's the most normal thing, and maybe for her it is. But even so, I'm not about to stay alone in that building anymore. I just won't. When I have to close, Diane closes with me every time now. These experiences have stopped now. Maybe it's just a gap in encounters. I am happy for Nora that she gets to see her sister. As long as Callie leaves me alone, we won't have a problem. Something lives under the town. From Anonymous. I want to be clear here. In this story, I'm not talking about rats, and I'm not talking about raccoons or possums that wander into storm drains. Those are easy to differentiate, be it in person or on camera, when we send inspection units down the line. Basically, we know how animals move in tunnels. But what I've been encountering over the past 2 years as a sewer maintenance worker is no animal. The first time was during a routine inspection of an older section of the system on the east side. These are the bigger tunnels, some of them built in the 50s and tall enough to walk through if you hunch. I was in there with my partner, checking for root intrusion. We had headlamps and a handheld spotlight. About 300 feet in, my partner stopped and said, "You hear that?" I listened for a second. There was a sound ahead of us that I can only describe as breathing. We stood there for about 10 more seconds, but then the breathing stopped. Ray made a joke about the city having its own Ninja Turtles situation, and we kept going. We didn't find anything unusual in the tunnel that day. But when we got back to the truck, I noticed Ray locked his doors, and that man never locks his door. A few months after that, we sent a camera down a line that had been backing up in a residential neighborhood. This was a standard CCTV inspection. I was watching the feed from the van. The camera rolled through about 600 feet of normal pipe, but then the image jerked. There was no static or interference or anything, but the camera physically moved, like something had bumped into it. The cable went taut for a second and then released. When the image stabilized, there were marks on the wall of the pipe that had not been there before in previous inspections. Long vertical scrapes in the buildup, 4 of them to be precise, like fingers dragged through. I noted this in the report as possible tool marks from prior maintenance, but I knew that it wasn't. Over the following year, I started keeping a personal log, sounds in sections of the system where there's no access point for animals to enter. A smell I'd catch occasionally that wasn't sewage. It was sour, almost acidic, and it would come and go in pockets like something had just passed through. Twice I found what I could only call nesting. Piles of debris pushed together in dry sections of larger tunnels. Rags and plastics and leaves, all mounded in a deliberate way. These were not washed together by flow. They had been arranged. The one that made me a believer happened about 6 months back. I was alone in a maintenance access chamber, doing a valve check. It's a concrete room, about 8 by 8 feet, with 2 tunnels feeding into it. I was wearing my headlamp, and I was crouched over the valve when I heard movement in the tunnel to my left. Slow and cautious-sounding movement. Reminded me of someone sneaking around in shallow water. I quickly pointed my light into the tunnel. About 20 feet in, just at the edge of where the beam started to fade, I saw something pull back around the curve of the pipe. It was pale, and it moved on 2 legs. It was fast, but not panicked. It retreated, almost looking afraid. There was no sound after that. Whatever it was, it moved in near silence. Well, when it wanted to. I reported this as a possible trespasser. The city sent someone to check the access points in the area, but all were locked and all were secure. They found no sign of a forced entry or anyone living down there in the usual sense, like camps or trash or clothing. But they did point out the nesting piles I'd found before, but the inspector shrugged them off, blaming it on debris accumulation. My partner won't talk about it with me anymore. Says that if he wants to keep doing this job normally, that he doesn't want to think about it. But just last month, he requested a transfer to water treatment, and I know exactly why. He wants to get out of the sewers. No idea what's really down there, and I don't know if it's one thing or more than one. But it's bipedal, it's fast, and it's smart enough to avoid cameras and retreat from light. Scariest of all is that it's quiet and very good at hiding. Tonight's first story, the firefighter one, was pretty creepy. Short, but my favorite this episode. Reminds me of some short horror film I found back in the day, of this thing mimicking a baby's cry before eating some woman. Good stuff. Good night. Thank you so much for tuning in to Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. Make sure to follow and rate Tales from the Break Room on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube at the Darkness Prevails channel, and all your favorite podcast apps to help us grow. Thank you. And if you have a scary work-related story, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. Till next time, everyone, I'll be clocking out, because if I get back home late again, my wife will destroy me, and my toddlers will nibble at my remains. So I'll be clocking out for now. But I'll be back again real soon.